Forgot to start the game. I started the server. Neglected to start the game. Had the server crash randomly on me when I was booting up just a moment ago. It didn't happen this time, so just gonna keep on keeping on.
We never forget this video. Stay Safe made a video about WoW's Classics dumbest ninja looter. I'm gonna watch this.
We are doing Naxxramas. This is the final Naxxramas run you will ever see ever in the history of World of Warcraft.
Wow.
This is because Naxxramas 60, the level 60 vanilla version of Naxxramas, gets removed tomorrow.
Oh my god, really?
Because Naxxramas level 60 vanilla version goes away tomorrow, you will never be able to get
that shield.
Tier 3 gear. You'll never be able to get any of the level 60 Naxxramas loot, Splinter of Atiyesh, or build an Atiyesh. You'll never be able to get the Corrupted Ashbringer. If it drops, I'm needing it, by the way. If today we get Corrupted Ashbringer, I am going to need it. There's a reason why I'm here on my Paladin and not my Warlock. Need a Ninja. Well, listen, I'm not doing any Master Looting. There is no Master Loot. In this raid, it's always need before greed.
You idiot. What? What a moron! What? It's the last day! I can't believe it!
This is a faith-basis raid. We're gonna see if people are nice. Here's how I'm going to approach the ninja loot situation in this raid. I'm just gonna say, hey guys, please don't ninja loot. Please only need things that you actually need. Please don't be a ninja looter. Thank you.
I think people are gonna take that about as seriously as they took the social contract.
For understanding. So now, everyone's going to be nice, everyone's going to be respectful, because I was respectful towards them, and they're going to be respectful towards the rest of the raid now, so everyone's on the same page. Good.
Isn't there a tailor around here somewhere?
Okay, me. Who got it? Who got it?
Oh my god. Holy shit, it dropped.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Bro, look at everybody needing. Everybody fucking needing for Corrupted Ashbringer.
Oh my god. I have never seen this item in like 35 different Naxxramas lockouts. This is a need. Please God. Let me win this.
Uh-oh.
Holy shit. We have people. Why is a shaman needing this? Why is a mage needing this?
What did you expect? What did you expect was gonna happen?
Wrong with you? Listen, if you win it, trade it to me. If you win it, give it to me.
Good idea. Yeah, it's a good idea.
Do it.
Or I'm never streaming again.
Need the item. Trade it to me, your favorite streamer. Trade the item to me, your...
Zavardikus, Warlock. Level 68 Warlock wearing full tier 2 has won the crown.
A level 68 Warlock and full tier 2. One Corrupted Ashbringer. This is a man who thinks long term. What you have to understand is that about 8 years in the future, they're going to implement a glyph which will allow him to use a weapon in his inventory for his Felguard's weapon. And he is planning that far into the future. You understand? So this is not really a ninja loot. This is a world first. This is a potential world first in the making of the first Felguard with a Corrupted Ashbringer. Stay Safe should be honored.
I'm not gonna.
That he was in the same raid group as somebody that had that level of forward thinking, who could think that far into the future and perceive what could be.
corrupted Ashbringer. Varticus.
Where's he going?
He's just running away. Listen, Varticus, what do I have to do to get that from you? Varticus, what do I need to do to get that corrupted Ashbringer from you? Dude, this guy just might keep it. This guy just might keep it. What do you think he's gonna do? Yeah, I know he's in death.
What's he gonna say?
He's in my guild. He's in my mains guild. That corrupted Ashbringer. He's keeping the sword for transmog in Legion. I already.
Yes, my man. Yes. God damn, I love this guy. What a G. Holy shit. I fucking dude. This guy is a legend. Like, if they ever bring out Classic Legion, oh my god.
He asked him. He's gonna wait for Classic Legion so we can transmog it?
Yes!
Yes, transmog. What? You can't...
See, this is the mind. See, you just have to see Stay Safe is a classic Andy. He can't even comprehend the mind of this master. He doesn't even know the level that he is existing on. He doesn't even
I'm just gonna summon
know what
him.
he's talking about.
He's having a hard time.
You're a warlock.
It's
on
like
this Pandaria Classic.
yes, exactly. It's like trying to explain gravity to a gorilla. They don't know what the fuck you're saying. They're confused. They're just like, They don't see it. Stay Safe couldn't see the bigger picture. Yes, you can. Account wide, you will be. You're joking, right?
You need to equip the item for it to be
No, you
added.
don't.
To
No, you don't. All it has to do is be in your bag. All it has to do is be in your bag, and it will be equipped to your Felguard. No, you don't. You need it in your backpack. Yep.
transmog. So, even in Classic Mop, you won't be...
Look at that stupid little bitch. Get fucked. No sword for you. Imagine typing that.
able to transmog it. Because you have to equip it once. Let's say we do get the classic mop. Yes, you will? No, literally you will not.
No.
You need to...
No, it has to be in your backpack. And if it is in your backpack, again, in Legion, you can have a glyph that takes a two-handed weapon from your backpack, and it makes it equipped to your Felguard. It is not your transmog. Oh my god. See, this is just another example of how retail chads can't stop winning. You understand? Like, they literally just can't stop winning. It is what it is.
Oh, here we go again. Fuck him up.
We just had our corrupted
What the hell, man?
I need healing.
I'm sure you do. You're gonna have to kite him. You're gonna have to kite him a little bit better than that. Oh, fuck this bitch.
He wants to have, he wants to hold it. Okay, you know what? Listen, hey, I told you this.
This is the face of a broken man. This is a person
Come on.
had
Bam.
hopes and dreams. Because you have to understand, like, Stay Safe's around my age. There is no way Stay Safe was not sitting in class next to me thinking about the chance that one day he could have corrupted Ashburn. You know that for the last 15 years, he has been thinking about this item.
Oh, that's a long cooldown you just blew.
And now,
Past that yet.
Go.
He's gonna have to think about it.
Don't fuck around. Not in this guild. Oh, is he back?
Good fucking 68 warlock. Need rolled on that. Felguard
Fuck him up.
Pandaria or Legion. This is why I want them to bring back Master Luke. This is fucking amazing.
I don't want him to get ganked.
This is the best video I've ever seen in my entire life. I fucking love this.
No, listen, real talk. I told you guys
We look out for our own at Cramerica Industries.
there was going to be no Master Looter this entire run, and I just asked people, you remember, rewind the VOD, I said, hey guys, please don't ninja loot items. I said, I trust you guys, I'm not going to have Master Looter.
Not stealing charge in.
Too bad your shit's still on cooldown.
You did.
I explicitly said, only need items.
Past that
Not
yet.
Master Looter. And he needed corrupted as
Not stealing charge in.
Retail chads just can't stop winning. It's impossible. The level, like, this is like some fucking, like, Elon Musk needs to message this guy and ask him about what his plans are for living on Mars. Because this guy is probably farther along in that plan than Elon Musk is. This guy is on another level. He's thinking beyond Mars. He's thinking about living on the sun. Living on other planets. Like, he's in a completely different fucking universe. Another plane of existence.
But he has it in his head that he's going to be able to do that.
He's actually playing four-dimensional chess. No fucking joke. What's fourth dimension? It's time. Actually is playing 4D chess. Holy shit.
He's also in my guild.
Wow.
He's a social in my guild. He's in my mains guild. This is like, you actually cannot make this up. Oh my god.
No, you can't.
You know, like, I didn't have Master Loot. I made a request of the people in the raid. I said, hey, listen, we're all adults. Just please don't need items that you don't need, right? I just made that request. I tried to give people the, you know, I just tried to give people a chance to be trustworthy, right?
Big mistake. Let's be honest, big mistake. Big mistake. Stay safe, Matt. I remember the name of the paladin that beat me on the roll on Corrupted Ashbringer 15 years ago. His name was Barrington. Fuck
I'm
Barrington.
out of range.
I remember it. This happened to me too. I too was the only time I rocked. Damn, a guildie that can never even equip makes it though. A guildie. Ninja looted 3 melee items. So sad. The guildie part hurts. This guy. He will be the world's first corrupted Ashbringer Felguard. Finish this up. Yep. Well, I was mad at, I'm still mad at him. And it's been 15 years. Yeah, I'm still fucking.
Look at all that honor.
Because I would have used it and I'd still be playing the game. He probably quit. He probably quit the game. I'm still playing. I'm pissed.
Have ever seen that item drop in like
I'm pretty sure my mount just got cheaper.
Whatever.
35 or
let's keep
40.
going. Let's keep going. Whatever. Let's go. Whatever.
It is what it is.
We just had, to clarify, we just had Corrupted Ashbringer ninja looted on the very last possible day to run next Ramus vanilla. On the very last possible day to get Corrupted Ashbringer.
Past that yet.
It dropped.
It's actually a pretty good pup.
8 years.
Hoping, maybe, we don't even know if they're going to do that, but he's praying that they release Blossom as well.
Uh-huh.
is. It is what it is. It is what it is.
It is what it is, ain't it? I will have to say, in my opinion, Stay Safe is a smart guy. Okay. I think that he didn't put it on Master Loot because he knew that some stupid shit like this could happen. And the content was worth more than the item. Because if something stupid happened, it would be a great video. So he just said, listen, I'm gonna set these rules and I'll let Jesus take the wheel. And Jesus started speeding. I'll tell you something, this shit is fucking funny. This is fucking funny, oh my god. Y'all have to fucking like this thing, just give him a sub. Stay Safe is a good screen. This was fucking amazing, it's hilarious, yeah. Yeah, Jesus just finished his third bottle of Jack Daniels. You know, he just lit up a crack pipe and he's going down the road 95 miles an hour and it's a school zone. Okay, he said, fuck it. Oh my god, this is a good fucking thing. Wow. I don't know why I'm not subscribed to Stay Safe. Holy shit, yeah, all gas, no brakes. No steering wheel. I need more money. I love how everybody in this trade doesn't know because, like, obviously if you play retail Warlock and you play retail a lot, like, you know this. But everybody in the raid is mad at this guy because they think it's like it's not even gonna happen. Oh my god, not just an end.
I love being out of mana all the time.
Classic. Yeah, they don't even know. I don't think that guy knows either. That's a good point. He might not even know either. He's like, oh, I don't know how it really works, but I know there's like one time I logged on during the start of Shadowlands. I wanted to check out the expansion, and there was this like a warlock. He had like a fucking the Might of Minithil, the fucking mace from Nax. How the fuck that happened? I don't know. Like, so I figured I'd just get a corrupted Ashbringer and, you know, things work itself out, right? I might as well hold on to it. Shit. You know, like, that's it. This is why WoW's trash. Community sucks. What do you mean? This is the best thing that's happened in all of TBC. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, this community's trash. Community's trash. No, it's not. This is what happens. This is what happened. This is what happens whenever somebody is put in a situation. Somebody is put in a situation that they have to exist inside of, and they persevere. This is what a man persevering through hardship looks like. This is what survivalism looks like. This is living on the edge of Mount Everest, drinking your own piss without a blanket. This man survived. And in 8 years, we will see the fruits of his labor. If he doesn't quit the game by then. Like, yeah, it really, I mean, like, this shit's fucking funny to me. I love this. This is so fucking funny to me. We actually play on a fresh server. Stay Safe offered 60k gold and declined it. Oh, you want gold? Just buy gold. Blizzard doesn't ban you for it. I mean, so why not? Yeah, he probably already knows. Yeah, I mean, shit's a very exactly. Think about that. It will be the world first. This is a man who has a chance to make World of Warcraft history. And you think he's gonna fucking sell World of Warcraft for 60? Fuck no. Stay safe, let's go ahead, he said. Don't have to shower for a while. How would you rank classes by level? Honestly, I think so. If they bring out a season of mastery and it's not a season of mastery,
I love being interrupted.
I would give it like I want to try out classic. I will unironically try it out. And I got my lock on benediction. Yeah, like I think warlock is the, in my opinion, whenever every other class is level.
It's 2004. You're a kid again, and your obsessions include elves, dwarves, magic, and fantasy, and masturbation. But what's this? There's a new game called World of Warcraft that just hit store shelves, and it has everything your heart desires. Maybe aside from the masturbation. Your mom drives you to the VG game store and buys you the game for crack cocaine. Install it, and it's beautiful. Levels, skills, talents, gear, RPG, the genre of choice for friendless nerds from around your real life sucks, so why not roleplay and get lost in answers with them? My process. It was torture. Minutes felt like hours, and hours felt like days. That's because it was that good. And not just the game, also the community. The girls was their favorite thing in the World of Warcraft's classic state. The common answer will be the community.
Of course.
This is before the time of Crust.
Stick Sucker would show up.
Great. All these tools that let you bypass certain social aspects of the game. It's in this game. Many people believe that the game has regressed it most, and those longing for a sense of unity found solace in life. Truly, be one of the best aspects of the game. And it can also be MMOs are complex.
I need more money.
Community. I mean, just think about it. The gameplay, the class.
Can't really hear that over this, so I'm just gonna pause that for now. I'm gonna display the videos on downtime.
I need healing. I need more money.
Make up your mind. Fucking druids, they can't make up their mind, man. They don't know if they want to fucking be a healer, tank, DPS, bear, or cat.
I need more money.
Do they need mana or do they need health? Do they need energy? Do they need rage? They can't make up their mind, these druids. It's like taking my wife to the fucking clearance section at the shoe department. She just can't make up her damn mind.
I need more money.
She's like, I think I want these. It's like you have 5 pairs of those at home. Oh, I don't have these ones. That's what she says. Just like a druid. She should have been a druid instead of a hunter. It would have made a lot more sense. We got over here troll hunter. That door is closed. I don't remember where to go. Oh, you didn't. This is fine. This is fine. Can I? Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Can I just cast a damn spell? Holy shit. Come on.
I need more money. I need more money.
Alright, what the hell am I looking for? Gotta kill some Prince, dude.
I can't get that yet. That's the recharging.
Well, you're in the wrong place for that quest.
That target. Past that yet.
I need more mana.
I don't know why you're attacking me, man. I'm out of mana.
I need more mana. I need more mana.
This must be the chapel. Oh, see, I remember now. I have to make like a big circle. Oh, he's got to kill Valor Call. I could probably help him with that. Oh, it's another healing shaman. That's good to actually have.
That's the recharge.
I need to get my guild together and do like a roll call here. See what everybody is. I guess I'm just tanking. That's fine.
I need more mana. I need more mana.
Oh, I can see him from here. Oh, nope, nope, nope. Oh, fuck. Why is he running in here? Okay, he's not. It's just my imagination.
I need more mana. I need more mana. I need more mana.
It's too far away.
I need more mana. I need more mana. I need more mana.
Something first.
Who would wear that? Shaman? I don't know. Oh, we never completed that quest either? Shit. the hell of it, we're all just gonna do it. Which means we'll have to come back here to do it again. How do I tell them to leave the guild? Okay. The hell's going on over here? Oh, where's the dude that both of those guys need to kill? Yeah. Puppy. I'm just gonna give it to him. Because they should be looting it. Oh. That's the quest ID. Oops. That's the one you're on, is it not? Guess he wasn't on that one. I could have sworn he was.
Systems and features, they all hinge around a multiplayer experience. There's an inherent competitiveness to everything you do. You have the obvious stuff like PvP, but even just gearing. You want the gear to make the fights easier, but also to do more damage than everyone else. You farm so you can have more gold to buy things from other players. You want that mount, not necessarily because it looks cool. You just want to flex on all of the other normies. Dungeons, raids, battlegrounds, trading, everything. It all hinges on a multiplayer experience. Just ask yourself, either for current or classic, if they were single player games, would you still pay $15 a month for them? Maybe if all of your party or raid members were bots or something, so you could still do all of the content. In other words, LFR. The game itself is good, but to me, the fact that it's multiplayer gives more gravity and meaning to everything you do. Thus, the quality of any MMO, not just WoW, to me is ultimately dependent on the quality of that community. And with World of Warcraft specifically, as always, it's a mixed bag. You never know what you're gonna get. You reach in and pull back a candy, or a dog turd. Which leads me to my main point. The worst thing about classic World of Warcraft is the community.
There we go.
Starting with the PvP here, the classic PvP community is, and always will be, the classic PvP community. What you see is what you get. There are some great people, but there are also a lot of salty neckbeards. It's probably one of the most toxic in gaming history, and that's counting League of Legends. I gotta be careful here, because I have a lot of friends that I met through PvP, and they're great people, but they would agree with me, I think. I had to find them in a sea of negativity and relentless toxicity. The ego that people carry over what's ultimately pretty straightforward and simple PvP in a 15-year-old video game is pretty astounding. No one can just take the loss, both the enemy team and your team. If someone loses, it's not their fault or that they could have played better. No, there's this mystical external force stopping them from winning that's out of their control. The other team isn't good, they just got lucky. My teammates held me back. Well, they only won because they're in a pre-made. The reason we got farmed like ZF zombies in our den isn't because we suck. If I was in a pre-made, we'd mop the floor with these clowns. Oh, wait. Well, they cheated and they used consumes, in a PvP system that's balanced around consumes. They're playing a cheesy comp, they have more gear, the sun was in my eyes, my controller is broken. It's everyone's fault, but my own. It reminds me of when I was 10 years old, playing Smash Brothers with my friends, and everyone would rage if they're getting their butt whooped. That's understandable. After all, we were 10 years old. But then you come to the dark realization that the primary age demographic for Classic aren't 10-year-olds. The primary age demographic for Classic are a bunch of aging 30-year-old boomers. You think your skill in video games is as great as mine? Think again, noob. You ever hear the saying that the smallest dog barks the loudest? From my experience, the best players are usually the quiet ones. They know that they're good, so they don't need to proclaim it to the world. It's only the insecure ones who go out of their way to explain to everyone why they're in fact the most skilled players in existence, and how everyone pales in comparison to their awesomeness. Don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with banter, and shit-talking goes hand in hand with gaming. Ever since the days of Xbox Live when it first came out, and you can't figure out how, but somehow, everyone has indeed made love to your mother.
Grasshopper's got his Xbox communicator, and so does Roadhog and Oilslick. And anyone else who's playing can use one too.
Yeah, kill yourself. I fucked your mother.
They just can't stand losing. It's like, ah, gee, I just lost. I want this person to die. It just messes them on a level that's very deep. I just think that maybe when you're so catastrophically angry that you rage make level 1 alts, or you start doxing someone because they farmed more honor than you, is a little overboard. It really is just pathetic and embarrassing behavior, and the insecurity of the classic PvP community has reached biblical proportions. As I said in my rank 14 video, the PvP isn't the hard part, it's the politics. Let's talk about PvE. There's no denying it. The min-max culture has dominated the PvE community, and everything takes a backseat to efficiency. If there was a leaderboard for professional turd polishing, rest assured the classic community would be all over it. Since players can't find difficulty from the raids themselves, they find it instead in leaderboards. The game revolves around optimization, parsing, and e-penis size. The world buff meta reigns supreme. Many guilds either require it, or ostracize those who don't want to chase down world buffs for 3 hours and then raid log for 6 days. What? You don't want to sneak into Orgrimmar and then camp a buff for an hour and have a horde priest mind control you so you can get 15% melee haste for a 15-year-old raid? What a casual. It's one of the reasons why these raids are being cleared entirely on week 1. They weren't designed for players to have 50% critical strike chance. If this is what you enjoy, have a blast. I've dabbled in it here and there. Sometimes it's just fun to blast through these raids and see how you compare to the best of the best. And by the best of the best, I mean those who've mastered the art of using 2 abilities in their ultra-complex DPS rotations. That itself is fine, but it does leak over to other players in negative ways. Like I said, if you don't put in the sometimes several hours required to get these buffs, you're looked at as being lazy, or you're not trying hard enough. It can have a negative effect on the community in other ways too, if you decide not to get them. When everyone devotes hours into getting these buffs, it makes things more toxic if you happen to wipe, which with the unpredictable and spiky nature of these boss fights can happen. In a normal raid, somebody pulls a boss by accident.
I'm just gonna give it to him. He should have
and,
got it.
Run back, it's 10 minutes. But in the world buff meta, where collectively between these 40 people, hundreds of hours are wasted with one simple mistake, and people blow up.
This is bullshit. Everybody, with the people are pulling fucking aggro, and this is dumb. This is terrible. We just lost 2 fucking Magmadar. Magma fucking Dar. Get your shit together. Yeah, everybody. And next time somebody goes down and starts bitching.
It creates a tense environment where you feel like you're walking on eggshells, deathly afraid of slipping up, lest you incur the wrath
Alright,
of
now
the
it's
turbo
unique.
nerd.
Hold on a second.
The Turbo Nerd. An individual possessing enough nerd-like traits to qualify for turbo status. A turbo nerd pushes the envelope on social ineptness. Use extreme caution in the handling of turbo nerds. They can snap at any time.
It also supports just not playing the game. The buffs obviously retain their duration when your character logs out, so naturally what'll happen is people will get world buffs, log out for 6 days, then raid, get world buffs, log out for 6 days, and rinse and repeat. Again, if that's what people like, that's what they like. I'm very much against gatekeeping how the game should or shouldn't be played. No one is saying, hey, you need to not put in as much effort and start sucking intentionally. It's just an important dynamic to bring up when discussing the community, because this min-max culture is something that's so prolific in Classic in general. Raiding in current overall is way harder, but in terms of convenience, it's a cakewalk compared to Classic. You want to raid? Well, maybe bring a flask and some potions, and you're good to go. But in Classic, it becomes this huge time-consuming thing. You're globe-trotting zone to zone, setting up head drops, enemy priest alts to mind control and reset, horde alts in out-of-bounds zones, and if you're on a PvP server with a whole dispelling meta, you feel like you're in Mission Impossible, where instead of sneaking past guys with guns, you're sneaking past nerds with too much time on their hands.
Relax.
When you talk about the PvE community, you gotta talk about loot. Competition creates scarcity, and scarcity creates drama. Combine this with the fact that these items being more unique, And the fact that you share them with 39 other people makes things extremely competitive. People go to great lengths to get those purples, and the drama that has spawned from loot disputes in Classic has been legendary and has already claimed many guilds. Don't worry, this all happened back in the day, but now with the established meta of the game, I feel like it's more intense these days. Luckily for me, my guild has been pretty relaxed overall, but I lucked out. Already there are hundreds of videos and meltdowns, guilds disbanding, legendaries being ninja'd, people raging over not getting something. It's crazy. The loot in the game really does bring out the worst in people, and the things they'll do for it will surprise you. Witch hunts, harassment, doxing. There was a case on my server where someone ninja'd the Edgemaster's handguards, which was a highly sought after low-level purple. People caught wind of it, things got way out of control, and long story short, someone got a hold of his address and started sending threats. Luckily, all that happened, I think, was that he was sent a pizza. But still, with the advent of swatting and with some of the crazy people within the Classic community, it's still pretty serious. And it's all for ninjing a level 44 purple, which he should be punished for in-game, not brigaded on a witch hunt by a bunch of angry neckbeards who've lost their grip on the real world. Or maybe the time where all the streamers were given the ultimatum: you're not allowed to roll on our server or you'll be subject to the blacklist, an add-on which automatically cancels all trading, boots them from any
Police department, search warrant! Police department, search warrant! Ah, hey, what? Coming through,
I think that's why you...
I did.
Oh. One raptor dead.
Going mini? Where's the bomb?
I'm holding mini peek. Bomb's down by T-Red.
Daps is a ramp player and Lex plays
He's
what?
locker, he's locker. Locker and up secret. Locker and by T-Red, by T-Red.
What the fuck, Jordan?
This guy was locker.
Damn, dude.
There are 4 cops in Jordan's room right now, apparently.
No fucking way.
Yeah. With rifles. What?
I'm actually probably shot him out right now. Yeah? Come here.
Yo.
Someone really swatted me then. What it swatted me is my job is streaming video games. People don't like what I do. They get my information, call the cops. I'm doing my job right now. The website records the whole thing of past broadcasts of mine. And the past broadcast, I've been streaming for the last 5.5 hours. You saw my last phone call at 6:30 this morning. But I can stop streaming.
The very
you can
first
look at that
episode of
footage
South Park is on.
Whatever you
Oh
want.
wow, it is, yeah.
But I can call. Yeah, I can understand that, but
The
it
facial
was not me.
expressions, though.
Like, I got the proof of the
And like them
stream. It's
talking.
recording the whole time. I didn't call nobody. SWAT is calling the
They're
cops.
on standby for booters.
Saying.
You can just hear in the background we're talking about it.
Yeah, I understand that. It's like, it's dangerous for everybody. Can you trace that call or to who called? Like, alright. It wasn't me.
In cancer and you just... Hold on, guys. Give me a second here. I'm gonna relog right now. Give me one moment, guys.
Puppy.
What happened? The what? Hold up, guys. I think there's a freaking... Hold up. This is an emergent. Something happened, like, outside my house just right now. Like, in my backyard. The cop is, like... I can't concentrate right now, guys. The police is, like, literally in my backyard. There's what? 4? Where? In the front? It's not funny. Shut up. Quit laughing. Hold up, man. Like, just... What's happening?
This quest chain is awesome. This is the best quest chain in the game, in case you didn't know. And people say there's no quest in, where am I? Athari Highlands?
Dude, Lance.
Arathi Highlands, I'm sorry. Autism.
They called and said that we were threatening some guy with a knife.
So he understands.
Yeah, what I do, you know what live streaming is, right? Oh yeah, that's what I do.
I can do that right in the convoy. I do this bank. Worry about the screen door. I'll get it. Go ahead. Go down. Go down.
I'm pretty done. I'm doing awful right now. Look at this.
Hold on.
Don't have a target.
I need more mana.
So I can just go right here then.
Living room's clear. I'm gonna. Hey, y'all in the back. We're opening the back door. It's us. Got it.
Oh shit. Guess I should help. Oh, that's a player? Yep. Not anymore though. Oh, that's another player? Not anymore though.
I need more mana.
I need healing.
I guess I should have polyed.
I need healing. I need healing.
I'll wait for him to get back here.
She's playing Black Ops 2.
She said they're streaming.
Telling Jack.
It was a joke.
But no, she's.
And they're watching us.
Yeah, you trying to call me?
They're freaking, everybody's watching us. They're talking about it. That's what she was telling Jack. She said it's a joke. They're streaming y'all and watching y'all.
Where the fuck did it come from?
Making me mad. I'm gonna shoot my mom and blow up the building.
So the dispatcher sends the SWAT team to Hinky's house near Seattle. Curtis is home simply playing the online war game Call of Duty when those real guys with real guns showed up.
And the big sheriff guy comes over and he's like, "Who's Curtis?" And like when he said that, I was just like,
they're clearing rooms. What in the world? I think we're getting swatted. I think we're getting swatted. What in the world?
Put your hands up! Put your hands up! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Get on the ground!
There's one in the corner.
Put your hands behind your back.
Put your hands behind your back!
Put your hands behind your back. Do it now. Don't you fucking move. You hear me, boy? David A, we got one in custody. What's your name? Jordan, we have one in custody.
Lincoln 2, address is 1221 West Mineral Avenue.
Oh. Bitch. Oh, he dies. Gonna need my buff again. Boom.
Stand up. Separate your feet.
Somebody boost me up with a little.
It's why when you hear us yelling, you don't move. I had my headphones.
Coming out with one, but not both there.
You hear us yelling. Why didn't you do anything? I had my headphones on. I'm immune. Showing that wall at forward over there. Oh, fuck. I don't have any mana though. Which took my cloth. Oh, he's a tailor too. Okay, that makes sense, I guess, if you retarded.
You pull the door, I get it.
I just do live stream. Why would you guys do this? Like, are you kidding me? Who that was?
A group or guild doesn't allow them to be healed or buffed, cuts out other options, blocks them from chatting, removes them from groups, and real-time announces their exact position to the enemy faction, and a whole ton of other stuff. And not just the streamer, but also their entire guilds, or even those who refuse to download the add-on. This poster's on the front page, by the way. And ooh, even the reward. Nice. Truly, the community of Classic is what makes it special. Which size
And check the interface options here real quick.
And if you dare challenge me, you'll face the wrath of he who hasn't bathed in 2 weeks. You haven't played on private servers for the past 7 years? Be gone, peasant. The bottom line, the grand community of Classic are the same ones who act this way, and it's sad. I feel like it's the elephant in the room, so to speak, of just how much of an unwelcoming and unpleasant place it can be sometimes. I think a lot of it comes from a place of passion. As bad as things can get with Classic, one thing I still feel is true is the extreme passion we collectively hold for the game. That's a good thing, but I also feel like it's an excuse used by those unable to control their emotions. It's like, oh, you want guild banks put into the game? I'm gonna kill your entire family. Oh, sorry. I'm just really passionate about the game, as you could tell.
What the hell's going on
The best
here?
way to describe it is it's bipolar. There are plenty of great people playing, and if you happen to run into them, you'll have a lot of fun. But there are also a lot of bad apples, as you can tell, so it's kind of a roll of the dice, really. Overall, I'd say that the game has been doing well. If you like the classic and style, with a ton of RPG elements, it's the premiere. Nothing matches it.
I need more mana.
Mago is back for his round 2 of ass beatings, I see. go ahead and make him priority. I'll get rid of this guy.
I need more mana.
Cast that yet.
I need more mana. I need more mana.
I'm just gonna give it to him. Or we could just wait for him to respawn and try it again. I don't know what his respawn time is. I was actually trying to look up. I guess it wouldn't be in there. Oh, shit.
That's the recharge in.
I need more mana.
Have a target.
I need more mana.
Wasn't taking very long to spawn, that's for sure.
I need more mana. I need more mana.
Charge in. I can't cast it yet.
I need more mana.
Recharge in. Cast out.
If it doesn't drop again the second time, I'm just gonna give him the item.
Recharge in. Charge in.
Oh, here he is. Speak of the devil. And I'm out of mana. That's what it sounds like at that goat farm in Afghanistan. Yeah, I'm just gonna give it to her. Killed that dude twice now.
I need more mana. I need more mana.
Oh, there's still fucking 3 dudes here.
I need more mana. I need more mana.
Charge in.
more mana.
You know, when you don't have any mana, the only thing you have left to do is drink and alt tab. That's all there is to it.
I need more mana. I need more mana.
Alright, see if we can get this guy his sigil before I, release them.
I need more mana. I need more mana.
Okay, his bag isn't full yet.
That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet. Can't cast that yet. Something first.
Oh, they're in the house. Let's see if they come running out of the house if I put a skull on him. No. Oh, yeah, here we go.
Mana is low.
I need more mana.
Get it yet? Nope. I mean, this is an okay grinding spot for me, so I'm not like too upset about how long this is taking, but it is taking a while.
Cast that yet.
Druid leveled up. I didn't even notice.
That's still recharging. Cast that yet.
Get it yet? Oh, you're fucking useless.
Cast that yet.
How come he's seeing like an entirely different loot table than what I am? I don't understand it. That's a good call. I can finish this one by myself. Holy shit. Oh. I'm about to ditch this spot.
That spade isn't ready yet. That spade isn't ready. That's recharging. I'm out of reach. That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging. That's still recharging.
Hmm.
That's the charge in. Spare isn't ready yet. I can't cast it yet. I can't cast that yet. Can't cast that yet.
This calls for a beer. Ugh. Come here, sweet baby. Come here, sweet baby. Alright. Let's go turn this shit in.
I need a target. Spare isn't ready yet.
This is the last time I will have to make this journey.
You can really lose yourself in it, whether it be PvE or PvP, and it's just as addicting today as it was back in 04 to 07. But the only downside is the community. As good as it can be sometimes, it can also be equally bad, and you have to have a thick skin and some patience to be able to deal with the bants. Hopefully this video didn't come off as being too negative, but I didn't want to sugarcoat anything. You come to this channel wanting to know the state of the game, not somebody blowing smoke up your
Okay, so the first thing I think
Give me a second.
we should mention is the ray tracing.
Yeah, that's the next gen feature.
Yes, so for the PC we have the...
Shh. I did not know this was a thing. Puppy! You want a spanking?
We'll be talking about some Witcher 3 next gen update stuff.
But you can tinker around, so I hope that it will...
Oh, shiny,
looks
shiny
awesome.
armor, I can feel
Yes.
that.
Okay.
Mode into the game, you have some options to, stop Geralt, stop the scene and play.
Of an experimental feature, so you can choose to have a new alternative camera mode that is much closer to Geralt. We of course know that people want to have their control, so it works when you're explore, walk through the crowd.
The global illumination.
If you have quality or performance mode.
Yeah, I think it's much closer to the
impact. Slow down. You choose your sign, and then you your map, and also hides the boat icons from your map, which means the map is much.
And also all the monsters, everything has to be have been improved. We also increased the budget for the streaming, so of course that means that the texture will be, of course, higher resolution everywhere.
And yeah, there were many these little projects.
Gonna sprint.
So the boss will Geralt.
Yes.
I like it. Like he'll be like, I'm the king now here.
Yes.
Yeah. And it's actually also an option again where in the vanilla game you press your A button on the controller to sprint, but also actually lots of other games people prefer that on the stick. And this is also something that we don't change by default, but if you want it, you can activate it for yourself.
That's really cool.
Yeah. So other requests, also something that you probably already saw in the gameplay that we were showing you. You can now scale subtitles. So if you don't see that well, or if you want to have an easier experience,
we'll be happy. But this is one of the requests.
I was thinking of something that was gonna be something crazy, but I guess not. It's just fucking monotonous bullshit.
So, the Scarlet Crusade. I love the Scarlet Crusade. That's like, quintessential.
Sisters, there is but one way to wipe the scourge from the face of Azeroth.
What's that?
The Scarlet Crusade offers...
Yeah, whatever. I don't need anything from fucking lore.
This has been a very popular topic. People have been talking about how teabagging is sexual harassment.
What's up, class? This is your new teacher here today, the Act Historian. You can lick my fat, hairy butthole, is what I would say if I was making a video on trash talk and trying to keep it monetized.
True.
Here's a little bit about me. I am a preserver, a keeper of old and sacred knowledge. I remember the days of Croit in Halo 2, The
Oh
legendary
my
disc
god, I remember watching all of those. Those were so fucking good.
dropped on WoW 2. I remember the infamous Brawlic Black Dude recruits. And of course I have papers, the notorious Riot Shield debate. I have kept record of these and other instances
Lord of
of
Warcraft
famous
guy, yep.
trash talk and video games turning
I could make the game quieter, but why would I do that? Come on. I run out of mana so fast, it's stupid.
For years, I have studied.
No, this is what it was like in Xbox Live. Like, you would, sometimes at the end of a Halo 2 game, you would spend more time talking shit at the post-game lobby than you did actually playing the game. And then, like, after that, the after game, yeah, did you guys ever have, like, you're talking shit to somebody else, and then you add them on your friends list so you can play against them, and then, like, you 1v1 each other, or, like, maybe you don't ever, and like 2 months later, you're looking for somebody to do games with, and you just see this guy and you invite him and you become friends. Like, I think this happened to me like 3 times in Halo 2. It's like, okay, I mean, like, I don't know, like, this guy's a fucking dick, but, you know, he's pretty good. I might as well invite him. Those are the good days, man.
The art of video game trash talk in
Yeah.
between those rare moments when I wasn't sleeping with your mother. I want to uncover the mysteries and ask the hard questions. Is it acceptable to say, hey, maybe if your mother aborted you, we wouldn't have lost this match? The questions only get harder from there. But as the
I think, like, in general, I don't really care about trash talk. I think that trash talk,
Oh, it's this
in
motherfucker
general,
again.
whenever it becomes bad is whenever the insults extend beyond the game, right? So, like, if you know you're playing against, like, a girl and you're calling her, you know, like a stupid bitch, go back to the kitchen, you know, stuff like that. Like, this is obviously bad because you're talking and you're taking something that's like an immutable characteristic about this person, and then that's it. Yeah, that's fucked up, right? So
I'm sorry, but I played during a time when you were talking shit to somebody. You were trying to get in their head. Like, we never really, I don't think we ever talk shit to our own teammates very often. But when you're talking shit to somebody on the other team or somebody that you're going against, the whole idea is to, like, get in their head, you know. It's pretty much part of gameplay when you're playing a multiplayer game, is to get in the other team's head. And, you know, there's plenty of ways to do that, but just sitting here saying you suck, your mom sucks, haha, that doesn't do you know, a whole hell of a lot of good if that person's heard that line, you know, like 1,000 times before you came along. I like to, when I talk shit, I like to mix in some personal possibilities to kind of, I guess they call it tilt the other person. What I mean by personal possibilities, it's hard to say. I would have to be, you would have to catch me in that moment to know what I'm talking about. Ugh. But lately, I don't really, like, in Halo, I don't talk much shit. I, like, if somebody, for whatever reason, you know, thinks they're better than I am, I usually put them in their place real quick, and then I just look down on them, look down at their corpse, because quite frankly, they're so far beneath me that they don't even deserve to have my balls on their mouth, quite frankly. And that usually tilts people when I do that. Because, you know, everybody that plays that game has an ego. Especially Halo 2, because you got people that think they're, you know, one of the originals. So they're automatically really good. And they get this ego and they think, you know, they could out-BR you or whatever, and they'll, you know, do obvious stupid shit. And when you shit on them, they get... Are we dueling in the shed right now? What the fuck? What's going on here? There's a raptor in the shed. Who invited this raptor? Oh, it's his pet. Oh, they're dueling. Yep, they're dueling in the... Well, fuck. Anyway. And then when you know, you talk shit to the person that already thinks they're good, they, you know, get pissed off because they're not good enough, and they start doing even more stupid shit, and they just lose the game for themselves. Not that they were ever going to win against me anyway, but it, you know, it becomes worse, it becomes a predictable mess. So getting personal when you're talking shit is always a necessity if they're on the other team. And that's what I miss about proxy chat in Halo. Because you could get in their head during the game. But you can't do that anymore. Alright, get over here and fucking turn on your quests. Come on. Bounce.
How you doing, man? Be seeing ya. What you want?
Okay, now you guys are best buddies. I'm out of here. Fucking all done with that shit. Where's the, is there a leather merchant down here? That'll work.
Blood and thunder!
Anyway.
So, but like, if you're just talking shit to somebody telling them they're bad at the game, like, I don't think that's a big fucking deal. I really don't think so. I've had that happen to me. I'm pretty sure plenty of people have had that happen. But like, all I'm really trying to get at is that whenever you take the trash talk outside of the game if that means that you're talking shit about the person's life or that person.
Make them feel bad. Like, who's gonna care if they're bad at a game? Like, if you really get in their head and make them feel bad on a personal level, it just makes it easier. It turns everything into easy mode. And people don't understand that, especially nowadays. It's so easy because people aren't used to being talked to like that. I need to go to the tailor for sure. I'm gonna keep my purple lotus. No.
Farewell.
There's a quest back here. I'm gonna check it out. Never been back here before. Oh, it's for the, this is probably for,
What now?
PvP. Hey, you know what? That's 1 gold, man.
Loktar. Be safe. May your blades never dull.
Okay, who do I talk to about doing PvP?
Do I have a deal for you? Be good.
Raw. Strength.
What is it?
I have exactly what you need.
Okay, I'm a little confused.
What would you ask of them?
No problem.
What do you need?
Well, then never mind. I'm just not gonna do them.
Glory to the Horde.
And as an individual, like assuming you know who they are.
Asmongold's such a fucking retard sometimes. Whatever. Where's the trainer guy at? That's a lot of fucking bots. Isn't he over by the front gate? I don't remember. Oh. Or maybe he's in here. Yep.
Speak quickly. Victory for Sylvanus.
Hello?
Stronghold. Strength.
You know what? Okay. I guess I'm just gonna go to a vendor and buy some shit. I'm just never gonna have enough money. I'm just gonna be stuck at 54 gold forever.
What can I help you with? For the Horde. What are you looking for? Go forth to victory.
I just realized that guy is a quest. I'm thinking that the vest is something I need more than anything.
Speak, friend. For the Horde. What do you need? May your blades never dull.
Could have been a miner. Miner and a skinner. Been so easy to make fucking money. Trying to make all this shit so I can fucking get rid of it. Pretty much only have a use for Mage Weave right now.
Graw.
Wow, that's not much of a return on investment, but whatever.
Be safe.
So should I just go... Should I grind this right now? I don't think I'm high of enough level to grind anywhere that has Mage Weave. I'll be right back. What was I doing again? Oh. And where's he at? He's at the booty. Well, you know what? He's probably gonna fly or take a boat to Rashid, so. Shh.
There's chicken and cheesy potato salad.
Chicken
Mhm.
and cheesy potatoes.
Yeah.
From where?
ENS chicken. And my mom's all got potatoes.
Fine. You're not gonna make anything else with that? Is there enough?
Yeah. Did you want a veggie?
Yeah.
Which veggie did you?
Pick one, but I want one.
Lotar.
Did you smoke recently?
Yeah, did you my cigarette when I got out of the car?
Oh,
You want to smoke?
kind of.
Let me know when you're ready.
I need to make a text. Yeah, a text. This would be perfectly in the middle. Boom. Where's everybody at now, huh? Why the hell are they in the water? I'm gonna click to follow them, and I'm gonna go ahead and start whispering my higher level guild members and find out what their specs are, get them down in the notes. Oh, what the fuck? Oh. I'm just gonna remove these. Oh boy, 12 copper. Oh shit, I still have that on, don't I? LOL. I guess I have to invite him. Oh my god, bots are talking shit to me. Oh, you son of a bitch. I don't know why they're going back in here. I almost wanted to see if there's a way to turn bot dueling off. Gee, why don't I just look it up for myself here in the settings, see if there's a way. Oh. Guess not. What? Anyway, I guess I should play a video, huh? I really hate how you can't sort by upload date anymore. Like when you're a website and you subtract features, especially a sort function, it's fucking retarded, I guess. I don't know what to tell you. This isn't even the right channel. Oh, maybe it is.
Hey guys, what's up? Mad Season here, back with another video for you. I have a rather interesting subject for you today, I think. I'm gonna talk about Classic. I know, crazy, right? So with all of the recent updates, we've gotten some information on what's changed and what hasn't, and we're starting to get a pretty good picture of how Classic is shaping up so far. It's pretty close to the original, however, there are some confirmed differences. Some of them are in Blizzard's control, and some aren't, and I thought it would make for an interesting video to sort of compile it here for you. Not just from the blue posts too. This is from the perspective of someone who's been playing since March of 2005 and has seen the game change over the past decade, and hopefully I can bring light to some things that maybe you haven't thought of yet. I'll also be ranking them as I think it's more interesting. It'll be in the order of substantiality, increasing as the video progresses. So, starting at number 10 here, we have add-ons and their usage. Now, it was confirmed that the add-on system is already going to be different.
Send it to me.
Basically, it's a mix of the
I'm not
old
gonna remember
and
that.
new to try and make it authentic, but at the same time, introduce some limits since there were fewer restrictions in vanilla. Typically in the realm of automation, with the presence of one-button rotations. Going past that though, over the years, add-ons have grown just like the game has, and people have become more adept at creating them, and some that existed only after Vanilla's original run will surely see a release for the official remake. They're almost limitless, but possibly the biggest one in regards to the balance of the game will be the boss mods. Now, these did exist in Classic, but as I've said, these authors have become much better over time, and have had nearly 15 years of practice to make the ultimate raid helper add-ons. And going past that, there was actually a stigma against mods for a short while there, if you can actually believe that. I think this was more during the early stages of Classic, but there were people who thought that these unlicensed add-ons were essentially cheats, and they refused to download them. Sometimes they thought that they were against the terms of service, and that they'd be banned by Blizzard, and other times it was more of a matter of pride. In disgust, they'd question the ability of those dirty add-on users. Like, ugh, you need an add-on to tell you what to do with this boss? My skill is my add-on, okay, buddy? It didn't matter if he was the dude who'd somehow die within the first 5 seconds of every fight. He may have been the Glass Joe of World of Warcraft, but he was a purist, damn it. Some of you may remember the drama with the old quest helping add-ons. Waypoints to mark the quest's locations? What is this, Weenie Hut Jr.? Oh, how the times have changed. So, add-ons and the community surrounding it. Number 10 on our list.
Speak, friend.
And coming in at number 9, we have streamers. Over the years, the realm of gaming has transformed. Back then, when I played 12 hours a day, people would just make fun of me. But today, there's a whole industry designed around playing video games and commenting over them. These streamers are looked at as gods in whatever game they play, and they have whole communities at their beck and call. Where they play, their fans play, and it'll have a notable effect on whatever server they decide to play on.
Get it, come on, baby. Show me what you got. Show me what, just move. If you got to know it, just move. It's all I want to see some movement. I'm not seeing enough movement. Oh my god.
I actually saw a video about this recently by a guy named Classic Wins, and he made some really good points, I thought. Looking to become a scepter bearer when the Encourage war effort starts? You'll essentially be racing a streamer and his hundreds of fans helping him grind through it. Seeing queues to get into your server? That dirty streamer must be playing again. The completely pure and unsullied trade chat is now being spammed with Twitch memes? Thanks, streamer. You happen to snag a mining node from him and are now getting harassed by their crazy fans?
Alright, bot, hurry up,
Thanks,
do
streamer.
something.
You have a small wiener? Thanks, streamer. Well, maybe you're on a PvP server and you decide to get back at him by ganking him, but you can't get past his personal 24/7 escort. Or maybe you just happen to be leveling in the same zone as him and you can't get a single cactus apple to save your life. Or maybe your server is dying because the streamer quit and all of their fans joined him. And it goes on and on. Check out this video if this subject interests you, because it's quite good. I'll have it linked in the description. Don't take this as whining, by the way. I don't have anything against streamers. If they're bringing new blood to the scene, it's actually good for the game. And they have the right to do whatever they want, just like everyone else. And a lot of the times, I think the problems are caused more by the fans rather than the streamers themselves. But still, it's substantial enough, and it certainly wasn't a thing during the original release, thus deserving a spot on this list, I think. And coming in at number 8, we have the bugs, glitches, and exploits. Anything unintended really can go into this spot. This was something that was confirmed by Blizzard various times, the most recent being their update with itemization, where they made mention of Ragnaros only getting killed due to a glitch with one of his abilities. If you wiped on him, sometimes he wouldn't reset properly for the next attempt, and he'd lose access to his Lava Burst spell, making the fight much easier, which resulted in some guilds killing him prematurely. And they also brought up the infamous pre-nerf Cthulhu, who was deemed unkillable by the player base, assuming the best gear and perfect play. These unintended quirks didn't stop in raids though. Putting game exploits aside, we also had things such as wall walking. Up until patch 2.4, when butting up against a wall, players could sometimes stick to it and reach places developers had thought impossible to reach. Some classic examples would be the old Mount Hyjal in Kalimdor and the Ironforge Airport in Dunmoreau, to name just two. There was also a short while where players could get an extra talent point, making it possible to get both their 31 point and 21 point talents in 2 separate trees. I remember that warriors in particular were pretty ridiculous because they could get both Mortal Strike and Death Wish. And this even includes things such as stability. Now, I can't predict the future, who knows how the launch will go, but the hardware of course has improved tremendously over the years. This should result in less lag in general for the average player, and less server downtime, which was all too common back then. The servers went under maintenance every Tuesday as it does today, but they'd be down for several hours if you were lucky. Sometimes they ran into issues, and it took them days, and the forums were always a sight to behold. People threatening to quit, demanding refunds. It got so bad that they actually started to hand out free game time to players if it was down long enough. And it's not all on Blizzard's end as well. This was still the dark ages of the internet for a lot of people.
Now that I've gotten on the internet, I'd rather be on my computer than doing just about anything.
It's really cool.
The internet gave us a whole world of exciting new possibilities. So I guess this is a story of how it changed our lives. Maybe it will yours too, with the Kid's Guide to the Internet.
Take a spin, now you're in with the techno set. You're going surfing on the internet.
We're talking AOL Online levels, where if your mom got on the phone, you'd be kicked off in the middle of a boss fight, or fapping to erotic pictures that took 5 minutes to load. You better hope that most of the action was in the top half, or you'd be screwed. So, it's a rather broad brush here, but most of the bugs, glitches, or otherwise unintended quirks of the game won't be seeing a return in Official Classic. And moving on to number 7, we have the community. Now, I think the community aspect will be largely similar to how it was during Classic.
Gummit. So where's this guy gonna go? Huh? You gonna take a flight path? You gonna hearth? You're just gonna walk out the front door.
Drink in honor. May your blades never dull.
Oh, he's heading towards the light point tower there. See if he goes up it. By George, he is. He's going up it. What happens when he gets to the top? Where's he gonna go?
I'm listening. Victory for Sylvanas.
Oh, so you're just gonna leave. Okay. And he's going back in there. Alright. Fuck that. Instead, I'm going to go... What zone levels, Benares? Oh, it's level 40 to 50. You know what? There's some quests in the Badlands. I think I'm just gonna go there.
But hey, by the way, you seen Chris?
No,
I ain't see his
I
car
ain't
out.
seen him.
Okay, you ain't seen him?
He must be running late or something.
Tanya, hey, you seen Chris? Okay, you ain't seen
I ain't seen him today. I seen him last week.
It's his last point. Oh, hey, Jeff, come here.
What's
Real
up,
quick.
buddy?
Have you seen Chris by chance? I know you covering the front end today.
Oh,
So I was
no, I thought they told you. Yeah, he's on leave, buddy.
You said what
Yeah, I
now?
thought they told you since y'all the only two in that area.
So he on leave.
Yeah, he's on leave, buddy.
How long is he on leave for? What? About 4-5 days, right? About 4-5 days.
No, he only the next 30.
The
days,
next 30. Jeff, give me a second, Jeff. Give me a second.
Kyle, I'm
Who
pretty
approved that?
positive.
I mean, I actually got to do work now.
Times 5? You mean XP rates? No, this is it's times 1 everything. The only thing that is more than times 1 is the bots get times 3 XP for kills. And unfortunately, it seems like the bots do more when I'm not partied with them and they're the leader than they do when I am in a party with them. Because whenever I'm in a party with them, they automatically just start bebopping around cities. But when I'm not party with them, they're out doing shit, so I don't know. So I give them times 3 so they can sort of kind of keep up with me. Part of me also wants to just turn bot questing off entirely until they fix it. Okay, let me try that again then. One of the devs just told me how to find out where the bots are going. Well, I don't know what the fuck to do there. I just whisper myself.
If I would have known he won't come in, I just would have called out. Chris.
Yo, what's good, bro?
You didn't think listen, I'm at work right now. You didn't think to tell me you was taking a 30-day leave. But hey, by the way, you seen Chris?
That sucks not having a mount.
away! Off and away! Hi, how are you? Alrighty then.
I'll be right back. Only got some shit to do. I would imagine I'm just killing these guys.
Spell isn't ready yet. It's too far away. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. I can't use it.
I just crit with my wand. Walls. He's got 2 of these.
Hey guys, what's up? Mad Season here, back with another video for you. Recently, I made a video about all of the removed legendaries in the game. Well, I thought it might make for an interesting video to take a look at some of the rare items in general, not just legendaries, and sort of go over the details and history behind them. So in this video, I'll show you 10 of them. Note that this will include stuff that's no longer obtainable or wasn't intended to be obtainable. Just throwing that out there since some people have a problem with that. Regardless though, saying they're rare is technically correct, which is the best kind of correct. And another thing I'll say is that this list isn't in a super strict order. Due to the nature and rarity of these items, it's kind of hard to get any concrete information about them. I'll try to order them from least to most rare as best I can though. So, first up we have the Big Love Rocket. Don't worry, this video is rated E for everyone, but this mount is tied to the Valentine's Day event known as Love is in the Air. It drops from a cache that you get from a dungeon that's tied to the event. It's an altered Shadowfang keep pretty much. You only get 1 shot a day, it has a 0.03% drop chance, and the event only lasts for 2 weeks out of the year, so it's extraordinarily rare. If you run it every day on one character, you would have a 0.4% chance to get it. To have a 10% chance to get it, you would have to run the event every day on 24 max level characters. To put that into perspective, you're 30% more likely to have a fatal slip in the shower. Next up, we have the Papal Fez. This is one of the many rare items from the Ultimate dungeon, which is a level 40-ish instance. In this place, you can find a whole slew of unique find and equip items that have an insanely low drop rate. They were primarily restricted, but the scene is diagrammed quite a bit due to heirlooms and the separate battlegrounds, so now they're mainly there for transmogging. This is the only red-colored Fez in the game, and as of this video, it fetches a price of around 1.5 million gold. Now, before you try to farm it, keep in mind that only 12 or so mobs in the whole instance can drop it, and the chance is around a 0.05% rate, so unless you're very lucky, you're talking thousands of runs on average. For number 3, we have the Chromatic Sword. This is an old level 40 two-handed sword from
Oh, it's not even near as good as what I have.
So back then, it wasn't very good stat-wise, but now it's a highly sought-after transmog piece because it has a multicolor glow to it. It dropped off of the rare mob Scalebelly in Strigglethorn Vale, and ever since Cataclysm, it was taken off of the loot table. So since then, the supply has been cut off, and the only ones in circulation right now are from people who forgot it in their bank. It's currently going for upwards of 6 million as of this video due to that rarity. Now, whether it's actually selling for this amount or not is hard to say. For number 4 on our list, we have a cooking recipe called Dirge's Kickin' Chimeric Chops. This taught you how to make some food that increased your stamina, and it was a reward from the old Scepter of the Shifting Sands questline in Silithus, which was tied to the opening of the gates of Ankiraj. the quest line, and thus the rewards were removed after the event completed, so the time window to get this was very, very short. It's not soulbound, however, so you can still pick it up from the auction house if you can find it and if you have the gold for it. And while we're on the subject, something else you got from the same quest line was the Black Kiraji Resonating Crystal. I talked about this in my legendary video, but this is a legendary mount also picked up from the quest chain, although the time window was even shorter. The way the quest line worked was you rung a gong, and at the end of it, as a reward you got this mount, and anyone able to ring the gong within 10 hours could also get it. It was a very long and involved quest chain requiring you to kill multiple raid bosses, so it was a very difficult task only open to the better raiding guilds. It's the only legendary mount that was obtainable outside of Game Master shenanigans. I would have it higher on the list, but it did see a spike in quantity because for a while, as the game was growing and new servers were being released, you could still do the AQ opening ceremony, allowing you to get this mount. And once you've leveled past vanilla content, it's pretty trivial to get. As soon as a new server popped up, tons of people, including whole guilds, switched over solely for the sake of completing the chain, and this continued up until the Wrath of the Lich King expansion, where it was changed to where the gates were already open on new servers, but still a very rare mount these days. Next, we have another cooking recipe, and that's the Old Thistle Tea recipe. This used to be a reward for a vanilla rogue quest chain. It was not soulbound and learnable by any class, but in March of 2005, patch 1.3 came out and changed the quest to award a bind on pickup version of this. Any existing recipe was unchanged, but ever since that patch, any new recipes weren't tradable. It's now highly sought after by collectors looking at the cooking recipe, and in the very rare cases it pops up on the auction house, it goes for millions and millions of gold. If you have a rogue that you leveled up within the first 4 months of the game's release, check your bank in case you have one stashed away. For number 7, we have another Ultimate item on our list, and that's the Pendulum of Doom. This one was more for twinking rather than transmog. Twinking, if you don't know, is when you intentionally stay in a PvP bracket at the max level, and then you power up your characters with the best of your format level. The Pendulum of Doom was the penultimate twink item. It was level 35, and it was highly sought after due to its slow 3.9 speed, making it one of the slowest two-handers in the game, but giving you tons of burst damage in return. If you had this as a warrior, paladin, or shaman, you were a wrecking ball. But it suffers from the same Ultimate curse. You can still get it, but due to its slow drop rate, it takes thousands and thousands of runs on average. And at the time this video was made, there are 0 on every auction house across every US server, and 2 on European servers. The next one is kind of cheating, but it has an interesting story behind it, so I'll share it anyways. During the Wrath of the Lich King expansion, the Old War raid was released and the top guilds were ready to race to the finish. But suddenly from out of nowhere, a guild by the name of the Marvel family on the Vecnalash server started ripping through the raid like crazy, giving them world first kills back to back. Things were a little fishy though because this guild supposedly hadn't even finished the previous raid tier, Nexramis. Like I said, they came from out of nowhere. Well, here's what happened. One of the members of the guild had their account compromised, and they had a game master restore everything for him. So, he was getting his gold, characters, and gear restored, but somewhere along the line, the GM handling the situation made a mistake. He accidentally gave the player an artifact quality shirt called Martin Fury. This is a GM only item. It gave you 34 strength and mana, and more importantly, it killed all enemies within a 30-yard radius. The guild then used this shirt to clear all of Uldar in one day, including a couple of other raids, and it was a huge controversy at the time. Blizzard's reaction was to permanently ban the guild member who used the shirt, and kind of messed up, they banned everyone online in the guild and during the kills for 24 hours, regardless if they were even in the raid or not. So, you can just imagine all of the people who had nothing to do with it scratching their heads at a BAM screen the next day. The world firsts were revoked, there was a huge uproar about it, and the next day, Blizzard changed the way their GM items work, so something like this never happened again. So, like I said, kind of cheating putting this item on the list, but I thought it would be fun to share. And while I'm cheating anyways, next up we have the fluorescent green Mechanostrator. Another mount here, and another one given out by a GM by mistake. Only one existed in the entire game. The player was having some sort of issue with their normal Mechanostrator you buy from the main mount vendor. He couldn't summon it, or something weird was happening, so he paged a GM. They couldn't fix his current one, so the GM gave him a new one. To the player's surprise, he didn't receive one of the normal ones you could buy, but rather one only found in the game files. This is the fluorescent green Mechanostrator, never released by normal means. It no longer exists though, since the player who got it tried to sell his or her account and it was banned. And lastly, we have the Talisman of the Binding Shard. I also talked about this one in my legendary video, but this was the very first legendary looted in the game. It dropped off of Baron Geddon in the Molten Core raid. An undead warrior by the name of Noctin was the lucky recipient. It was a melee amulet having strength, agility, and stamina, and some fire and nature resistances, which was actually really important. weapons for certain fights. It also had an affix that dealt a whopping 4 damage to anyone who attacked you. It wasn't intended for it to be able to drop, and it was removed the same day it was looted, but Noctin did get to keep his, making him the only one in the whole game to have it. There's lots of speculation about why it was removed and what it was for. Some say that it was the original way to get Thunder Fury, and others say it was intended to be used to summon more bosses. Nothing official though, and now I guess we'll never know. So, that's about it. Let me know if you want to see more stuff like this. There are many more items such as Atish, the Corrupted Ashbringer, etc., but, you know, can't get to all of them in one video. And like the title says, these are just rare items, not rare ones. If you guys want more though, I'll be sure to come back to this because it's
To start off, this video will be based on a list Blizzard put out in Vanilla WoW that showed the stats of the 20 most dangerous NPCs based on player kill count. This video will be using that list exclusively for its rankings. So while there may be some mobs that the community collectively thought of as dangerous, like Murlocs or Hogger, if they don't appear on the list Blizzard put out, they won't be in this video. And at number 10, we have the Harvest Watcher.
No doubt.
The Harvest Watcher was the 18th most dangerous mob.
No
I'll
fucking
explain
doubt.
a little bit later on why I'm kind of skipping around the list.
Thank you, Screaming Bull Viking.
Instead of starting
Glad to
off
help.
with number 10 or the number 20th on the list. Because some of them can be kind of grouped together. Now, the Harvest Watcher was dangerous for a few reasons.
Because he's higher level than anything else in the whole fucking zone, they do more damage, and they aggro from a mile away. Like, what do you mean? Oh, and they're immune to bleeds, too. So you can't even fucking do anything to them. Yes, it's very obvious why these mobs, they're rend immune. You can't bleed them. Like, they do a lot of damage. They run fast as fuck, too. So yeah, I'm not surprised because people, they're like the little kids going around, oh man, I'm so good in Elwyn Forest, and then they get into, a little bit of Westfall, they fight some of the Defias in the front line, I can do this. Oh man, I guess I'm just naturally good at this game. And, they're level 11. And then
Probably
the
over
Harvest
here,
Golem
then.
that's level fucking 15 comes after them, and they get the Harvest Golem down to, like, let's say, 80% health, and they're at 20% health, and they're like, oh, I better run away. And they start running away. Well, the Harvest Golem is going to run even faster than you are. He dazes them and they're fucking dead. That's how it works. Yeah, they learn.
First off, it had 2 times the normal aggro radius of other mobs. You could be running on the road, and if you were just slightly below the Harvest Watcher's level, it would start chasing you down. Now, I don't know for sure, but I think Harvest Watcher had one of the largest aggro radiuses of all low-level mobs in the game.
Yeah.
Whether this was due to a bug or something
Well, they're called
that
Watchers.
just machine-type monsters could do, not really known. But also, it was a machine-type mob, so it was immune to a lot of things, including most CCs and poisons and bleeds.
It's really
which
great.
made it particularly deadly because lots of low-level players had probably never run into a monster who was immune to some of their abilities before. Which goes into probably the third reason why it was one of the most dangerous mobs.
Because it did
And that's
a lot
because
of
it was
damage.
in one of the zones that
There
you
it
go
is.
to directly after the starting zone in
Yeah.
Westfall. Westfall is the first zone Human Alliance players would
Of
go
course.
to,
Of
which
course.
means they were all pretty low level, rounds levels 10 to 15. And
Yeah,
back
yeah.
in Vanilla WoW, Alliance was the most popular faction by far. And
Because it's better. That's why it's most popular, is because it's better.
Humans were the most popular race to play. It wasn't until the Burning Crusade introduced Blood Elves.
Somebody, let me pause here and read something, okay? Could you please advocate for the language-specific EU realms? Listen, I think that they should do language-specific EU realms. Not doing it seems like a bad idea. It'll create inter-server enclaves, and different micro communities within the server, and it will make the server feel smaller and more frustrating and isolating for people that are not part of these servers' unofficial de facto language. It's going to be bad for everyone involved. Blizzard would be able to save themselves and a lot of the players a ton of grief by just creating individual language locked servers. Okay, so there you go.
That the population's kind of evened out. But with the most popular race on the most popular faction going into their first zone with hard monsters, it's no reason why the Harvest Watcher killed so many low-level players, especially with its double aggro radius and its immunity to certain abilities.
Yeah, it's fucking
At number 9 we have the Gadgetson Bruiser, who was the 17th most dangerous mob on Blizzard's list.
Yeah, I would say so.
The Bruisers were the bodyguards for the high-level neutral city Gadgetson, so they attacked both factions. If you attacked someone, if you attacked one of the Bruisers, or if you were just attacked by someone else, the Bruisers would gang up on you and kill you.
You're fucking dead.
And since the mobs
That's
would
what
root
happens.
you and swarm, it was really hard to run away from them, so it was basically a guaranteed death. And part of the reason the Gadgetson Bruisers killed so many people
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
is because for some reason, on PvP servers, a lot of people like to PvP into Naris.
For whatever reason, like, people will attack me and look in game. I feel like, listen, I feel like I'm a dad and I've got a bunch of kids and they keep showing me stupid ass fucking things that they draw pictures of, and every single different time after the first time I have to pretend like it's special again. Nice job, you guys wrote layer. Good job, I'm proud of you guys. Right dicks.
Oops.
Yeah, right dicks. Thorns, they turn on you too.
I put that on there for when we go smoke, but like I forget to fucking take it off. Yeah, I'm just gonna delete it.
Literally, all you had to do was bring them to the pillars. That was
So I'm just gonna keep forgetting
was
it.
the easiest
I
boss
can't
in the
be
game.
bothered to remember shit when I'm not on the clock anywhere at any point in time.
That bird was his ease of access for entering it, since AQ20 was a lot more accessible to the average player than AQ40, and kind of a hiccup with one of its earlier mechanics.
Do what?
Osirian would really quickly enter Supreme Mode when the fight started. And in order to dispel
Yeah, I saw the
Supreme
message
Mode,
and I
you needed to click on
responded.
one of the crystals in the room. Except you had to find one of the crystals as soon as you pulled him. So if you couldn't find it quick enough, because they spawned in random locations...
Be nice if you participated in my chat. I don't know. Talk about things. Talk about how Jehovah's Witnesses are cancer.
That's what we did. So it's like you would find them before you did the fight. Hey, I mean, listen. I was just, spawn till you pull them. That's how it was on release. Oh, maybe on release it was different. By the time that I did it, we were able to do them ahead of time.
He would just gain Supreme Mode and start one-shotting people. Later on, they changed
So apparently
the
there's a
first
lady at
person
work that's Jehovah's Witness, and she says they don't celebrate
so you don't have to search
Thanksgiving.
the room for the first one anymore. But before this change, he probably
It's
got
like Thanksgiving
in a
isn't even a religious thing.
Plus, I've heard reports that I
Well,
couldn't really confirm that clicking the
it's
crystals
kinda-
for this boss fight
kinda
was sometimes
religious,
kind
like
of buggy and just didn't work.
halvesies.
I think
So
that
could
was just
also-
an excuse by people that were bad
they got
raiders
together
that
around the
couldn't
table,
rationalize why they did it wrong.
and they thank God,
Why they failed
'cause
at the one
that's
simple
kinda why they
mechanic
were
in the entire
there.
Game, let's be honest.
Oh.
New president. Okay, all right, guys. You made dicks.
But
I'm
so
very
what's
proud
wrong
of
with
you.
that? Like what?
Great job, guys. Hey,
Jehovah's
hey,
Witnesses are fucking
I'm really,
weird,
really
man.
proud of you guys. Okay. Great job.
They're no better than those Scientologists. To be quite frank, they believe in like a weird
And also the
alternate
crystals he
version of the
spawned just
Bible.
kind of spawned in random locations around the room, so you had to run around and look for
I
them.
view
And
Thanksgiving
I'd assume if you were really unlucky, you wouldn't be able to find them that quickly, or his Supreme buff would come back and he would just...
I view it just as the time to get together with
Number
people
7,
and fucking eat.
Succubus Pet.
Because I thank
For some
God
reason,
all the time. I don't need a
stats
special
track
day
the
to do it.
kills of player
Well, that's what I'm
pets.
saying. It's like,
So
it's not like
Warlock, Succubus,
where
Imp,
you're-
and Fell Hunters all made spots
it's
on the
not like
list,
Christmas
which is
or-
why I skipped the 19th and 20th spot and started the list off with the Harvest
Wow,
Watcher.
I had no
even
idea.
though it
For some
was
reason, some
18th,
people view it
because the
more.
Imp and Fell Hunter were
I mean,
19th.
kind of, but not really.
Anyway, I'm trying to listen to this
Like-
video.
You
Talk,
wanted me to interact with you on your stream.
talk to me in the stream.
Hey, I mean,
That's how
listen. I was just spawn.
That way I can still hear my video.
That's how it was on release. Oh, maybe on release it was different. By the time
Type all the time on
I
other people's Twitch.
He would just gain supreme mode one-shotting people.
Yep.
Later on, they
Trying to
changed
hear
the
this.
fights. The first crystal spawned immediately in a fixed location, so you didn't have to search the room for the first one anymore. But before this change, he probably got in a lot of cheap kills.
Yeah.
Plus, I've heard reports that I couldn't really confirm that clicking the crystals for this boss fight was sometimes kind of buggy and just didn't work.
I think
So
that
could
was
also-
just an excuse by people that were bad raiders that couldn't click to rationalize why they did it wrong. Why they failed at the one simple mechanic in the entire game, let's be honest. New president. Okay, alright guys. You made dicks.
fuck
I'm
out of
very
that
proud
wall.
of you. Great job, guys. Hey.
What are you doing?
I'm really, really proud of you guys, okay?
Do I need to respawn you in like a
job.
separate
Incredible.
location?
Truly.
have led to his higher than average body count. And also the crystals he spawned just kind of spawned in random locations around the room, so you had to run around and look for them. And I'd assume if
I mean,
you were
I
really
can do that. I
unlucky,
can
you wouldn't be able
technically
to
do
find
this.
them that quickly,
I'm
or
gonna do
his
it.
supreme buff would come back and he would just start killing everyone.
It's my server.
Number 7.
I can do whatever I want.
Succubus pet. For some reason, the stats tracked the kills of player pets.
What
so
the fuck?
Warlock, Succubus, Imp, and Fell Hunters all made spots on the list.
Damn.
Which is why I skipped the 19th and 20th spot and started the list off with the Harvest
Wow,
Watcher.
I had no
Even
idea.
though he was 18th.
The fuck?
Because the Imp and Fell Hunter were 19th and 20th on their list. And I
Holy
thought it just
shit.
made more sense to group him up with the Succubus, who was number 13th.
I don't mind emote
Now,
spam.
the reason the
Put her on the
Succubus
screen. Do whatever you
is
want.
more popular
Yeah,
of a
makes sense.
PvP pet, which is what I assume these stats were tracking, is because the Succubus
Okay,
had
NPC,
its charm ability,
delete.
which did not share a DR with fear. So it allowed
Boom.
warlocks
That was
a lot
fucking
more
ridiculous.
control of their
Whatever.
CC.
Alright, watch this
You could
now.
keep someone
NPC.
CC'd for
Oh, I
a really
gotta
long
go
time
GM
with just a
on
fear
here.
into a charm. Or you could charm
NPC.
someone and then hard cast a really hard-hitting soul fire on them.
Add.
Now, while the Succubus might have been the most popular of the warlock pets for PvP, the Imp and the Fell
Perfect.
Hunter weren't that
Same
bad
exact
either.
level and everything.
Number 6, the Stormpike Bowman and Defender, who came in at number 7th and 8th. on
Yeah, I'm
Blizzard's
not
list.
surprised about this one
Now,
too.
another big reason
Yeah, this is pretty
I
accurate.
skipped a lot of parts
Okay.
when making this list
Hold on.
is because
Yeah, I agree
about
with this.
half of the NPCs on this list are NPCs from Alteric Valley. And by removing half of them, I actually kind of got
Spawn
a top 10
time
list.
5
This is why-
minutes.
Yeah, I'm not surprised about that either. I mean, the
info.
AV mobs, like back in the day, because we were all
Spawn
really shitty back then,
time.
I would have
25
trouble killing
seconds.
those bowmen. I remember there were times I would 1v1 a bowman, I'd lose. I would fucking lose. And like, it was embarrassing, but I would actually fucking lose. And yeah, the AV is totally balanced. I know. Back then, well, listen. At least now I die to hunters and not bowmen.
It's not a top 20 video.
NPC.
Now, the Bowman and Defender
Long
are the
time.
only two AV NPCs on this list that are kind of just like normal mobs. They're not
What'd I say,
super
5
special
minutes?
ones. Like,
Yeah,
I'll
not
talk
a big
about
deal.
in a little bit. But what made the Bowman and Defender so deadly, mainly
Is
the
they did a lot
Bowman,
of damage.
is these were the NPCs who guarded
This
the
might be in
towers of Alteric
seconds.
Valley.
Yeah,
Hold on
The
here.
course.
Defenders were just the ground troops,
course.
and the Bowmen were the real dangerous ones. You see, the way the Alliance towers are designed makes them harder to capture than the Horde towers. And part of the reason they were
look
harder
at
to
that.
capture was because they were
I'm
more
a fucking,
open-ended.
I'm a
And
genius.
the Stormpike
I'm a
Bowmen
genius.
were positioned in a way where they could
Yep.
shoot you from.
How's it a bowman if it's a girl?
It's like it.
Like, look
It's
at
like
this
you
right
never. It's like I never did anything.
Isn't a bow person?
All right, now I'm gonna
or
fuck him in
something
the
like
ass.
That? I mean, a bowman? What the hell is this?
The road as you ran up to the tower. And while you're riding
All right,
up
you
the
need to
stairs of
get
the
out of
tower,
that floor.
you were trying to
That's
capture
dumb
the
as fuck.
flag
Come on.
tower.
They can't shoot you
Where
while
Come on, be more-
dabbling?
you
horse
can be more
side,
mature
once
than
you
that.
got
Come on.
inside the tower and started capturing the flag, if you position yourself correctly, the bowmen couldn't shoot you anymore. So the Alliance ones were just a lot more dangerous than the Horde ones.
Because
And
Alliance
that's
is
just
the
part
better
of the
faction.
Alliance
Makes sense.
geographical advantage in Alteric Valley.
Yeah, I know they
Also,
suck.
the choke point to get into the Alliance home base is across a
But,
bridge,
you know,
and the bridge has 2 towers right
you
next
can
to
actually
it,
watch my
both
stream.
filled with Stormpike
And,
bowmen, who had an absolutely incredibly long range back in the day.
you don't have to watch a
They could
30-second
shoot
ad
from the
potentially to
tower
watch my
from
stream.
the bridge, about 100 yards away, just because they had such an
Do
incredibly
you have to watch an
long
ad to watch my
attack.
stream at Twitch?
And since this was a
that's
really
good.
good choke point for the Alliance to
Oh,
keep the
right.
base,
I have
the
to be
bowmen
affiliated
got a lot of cheap kills.
God, dude, this
whereas
is
the
great.
Horde equivalent didn't really have a choke
See,
point
I don't
like
have to be
this at all.
affiliated with
In their-
Google
It's a funny thing about the Horde equivalent
without-
right here. If you look at
with
this base,
low resolution.
there's literally an opening over to the right where you can just go circle around. So the Horde are so fucking bad at building bases, they leave an opening in their main base.
Body count. And also the crystals he spawned just kind of spawned in random locations
Anyway.
around the room, so you had to run around and look for them. And I'd assume if you were really unlucky, you wouldn't be able to find them that quickly, or his supreme buff would come back. Number 7, the Succubus Pet. For some reason, the stats tracked the kills of player pets.
What
so
the fuck?
Warlock, Succubus, Imp, and Fell Hunters all made spots on the list.
Damn.
Which is why I skipped the 19th and 20th spot and started the list off with the Harvest.
Check out
Wow,
the
I had
sick
no idea.
spell
It was 18th.
rotation.
The
Crossbolt.
Imp and Fell Hunter were 19th and 20th.
Spam Scorch.
And I thought it just made more
Scorch.
sense to group them up with the Succubus.
Oh,
who were
stun.
number 13th on the
Scorch
list.
again.
Now the reason the Succubus is more
Frost
popular
Nova.
as a PvP
Oh,
pet,
he resisted
what
it.
I assume these
That
stats
rarely
are tracking,
happens.
is because the
Now I'm just
Succubus
gonna wand him.
had
Boom.
its charm ability,
Boom.
which did not share a DR with fear, so it allowed
I usually
warlocks
don't
to
get hit at
fucking
all.
control of their CC. You could keep someone CC'd for a really long time with just a fear into a charm, or you could charm someone and then hard cast a really hard-hitting soul fire on them. Now, while the Succubus might have been the most popular of the warlock pets for PvP, the Imp and the Fell Hunter weren't that bad either. Number 6, the Stormpike Bowman and Defender, who came in at number 7th and 8th on
Yeah, I'm
Blizzard's
not
list.
surprised about this one
Now,
too.
another big reason
this
I
is pretty
kind
accurate.
of skipped a lot of parts when making this list is because
Yeah, I agree with
about
this.
half of the NPCs on this list are NPCs from Altered Valley. And by removing half of them, I actually kind of got a top 10 list. This is why.
Yeah, I'm not surprised about that either. I mean, the AV mobs, like back in the day,
Ooh, I
because
got
we were
blues
all
and
really
greens to
shitty
sell.
back then, I would have trouble killing those bowmen. I remember there were times I would 1v1 a bowman, I'd lose. I would fucking lose, and like
Babes.
it was embarrassing, but I would actually fucking lose. And yeah, the AV is totally balanced. I know. Back then, well, listen. At least now I die to hunters and not bowmen.
It's not a top 20 video. Now, the Bowman and Defender are the only two AV NPCs on this list that are kind of just like normal mobs. They're not super special ones, like I'll
not
talk
a big
about
deal.
in a little bit. But what made the Bowman and Defender so deadly, mainly the
They did a lot
Bowman,
of damage.
is these were the NPCs who guarded the towers in Alteric Valley.
Yeah,
The
of course.
Defenders were just the ground troops, and the Bowmen were the real dangerous
girl.
ones. You see, the way
Such
the
a
Alliance
good
towers are
girl.
designed makes them harder to capture than the Horde towers. And part of the reason they were harder to capture was because they were more open-ended. And the Stormpike Bowmen were positioned in a way where they could shoot you from...
How's it a bowman if it's a girl?
Pleased to meet you.
Like, look at this right here. Isn't a bow person or something like that? I mean, a bowman? The hell is this?
the road as you ran up to the tower, and while you're running up the stairs of the tower, and while you were trying to capture the flag for the tower.
They can't shoot you while
Whereas on the
capping?
Horde
It's so
side,
stupid.
once you got
Southwest
inside the
of
tower and
here,
started capturing the flag,
there's some
if
ogres.
you position yourself correctly, the bowmen couldn't shoot you anymore. So the Alliance ones were just a lot more dangerous than the Horde ones.
Because
And
Alliance
that's
is
just
the
part of
better
the
faction.
Alliance
Makes sense.
geographical advantage in Alteric Valley. Also, the choke point to get into the Alliance home base is across the
Why are you
bridge.
talking?
And the bridge has two towers
Trying to
right
listen to
next
this.
to it, both filled with Stormpike bowmen, who had an absolutely incredibly long range back in the day.
Yeah,
where
look
they
at
could
that,
shoot
dude.
you
He's just
from the
getting killed by the
towers on the
arrows.
bridge, about 100 yards away, just because they had such an incredibly long attack
God,
range.
dude, I
And
love
since
this,
was
man.
a really good choke
I
point
love
for the
this.
Alliance to keep the Horde out of
Yep.
the base, the bowmen got a lot of cheap kills in,
God, dude, this is
whereas
great.
the Horde equivalent didn't really have a choke point like this at all. in their...
Well, it's a funny thing about the Horde equivalent right here. If you look at this base, there is literally an opening over to the right where you can just go circle around. So the Horde are so fucking bad at building bases, they leave an opening in their main base. And you can just circle around and go up the tower. And I remember I would do this all the time. And even in Wrath of the Lich King, like this has been out for like 10 years or something like that, like Cataclysm, people still didn't know that you could do that. They still never figured it out. And I felt like fucking Xerxes every single time that I circled around and attacked the Horde from behind, and I got the, you know, the upper advantage on them. And nothing ever fucking mattered.
You, Wolf.
Like this happened for a long time, and I think they ended up fixing it because it was so broken.
Home base anyway. Their choke point was at a graveyard that didn't have any bowmen. Now, the Stormpike Bowmen having such a high spot at number 7 on the list kind of makes sense, because they could just snipe people down from the bridge. I was kind of surprised that the Defenders, the melee ground unit, made number 8 on the list. That probably could be because of the Alliance advantages in that battleground. Number 5,
what?
The Defias Pillagers.
What do you mean, Alliance advantages? What's he talking about?
Level 44s.
You mean like because the Alliance are better players? Oh yeah, that is true. No, you're good. I forgot about that. Yeah, Alliance are good. Yeah, they are better players. I forgot. I had to take a piss. I'll be right back. I'm back. Sorry about that. Okay, just give me 1 second. We're good. All right. Man. Let me, guys. I'm gonna have to turn off the chat things. I wanted to make sure everybody had fun, but unfortunately, yeah. Thanks a lot for trying to cover the words, right? I'm gonna just have to turn off the chat things because people are saying things that they're not supposed to. And I'm back. Sorry about that.
The Defenders, the melee ground unit, made number 8 on the list. But that probably could be because of range.
Wrath of the Lich King, like this
unit together as well.
Okay, let's see. Are we all good? Yeah, we're good. And
Defias Pillagers were 5th
I don't
on
want to take the
the
risk.
And the Defias Trappers were number 9.
No risks.
Which I'll just group up here since they're both Defias mobs. Although, the Defias Pillagers were way more deadly than the Trappers. The Trappers were also in Westfall and just kind of lower level mobs that were really packed.
She's doing her
together.
job.
And what made them unique was not only were they packed close
Get off her
together
back.
and they could just completely destroy you if you pulled more than once, but they also rooted you, which made them a lot harder to run away from. And it
You know why they rooted you? Because of the trackers. They tracked you.
I don't want
The
to
pillagers,
charge up a
honestly, like, the
pyroblast just to
pillagers
have
do
them
more
resist
damage
it,
with
so
their
I'm just gonna
attacks
go
than, like,
this
level
route. See,
35 or 40
see.
mobs do with their same attacks. Like even elite mobs, like
See.
the elite mobs in Scarlet Monastery do less damage with their fireballs than the pillagers do with theirs. It's fucking ridiculous.
In addition to this, the Defias
See what I put up
Trappers
with
also
here?
dropped a rare item called the Large Rope.
Almost fucking died
This
because all
item, which
resist.
works in PvP, would root a target for 10 seconds
What?
and could be used on any character that had it.
What?
And the Defias Trappers were the easiest
mobs do with their same attacks. Like even elite mobs, like the elite mobs in Scarlet Monastery do less damage with their fireballs than the pillagers do with theirs. It's fucking ridiculous.
In addition to this, the Defias Trappers also dropped a rare item called the Large Rope Net. This item, which
Wait,
worked
what?
in PvP, would root a target for 10 seconds and could be used on any character that had it.
What?
And the Defias Trappers were the easiest mob to farm them from, but the Pillagers were the real
really?
threats. And since these were some of
I
the
never
first
even knew that.
caster mobs that low-level players ran
Yeah,
into,
I've never seen that
they
drop.
didn't really have any experience with dealing with the fact that they couldn't just run away from them, because they could
Yep.
just fireball them from 40
Look at that
yards away.
damage, 84.
Or also the fact that if they accidentally pulled another
Holy
one,
shit,
they
dude.
could just attack him from range. And the Defiance pillagers were clumped
fucking
really
insane.
close together.
I don't
as
see
well.
there's another
It was
one
really
that's
hard to
stuck.
just
You guys
pull
know what
one
line
on
of
their
sight
own
is?
unless you were just kind of picking them
doesn't.
off at the edges of the town where they spawned.
Yep.
And since the pillagers both
Look at me
hit
being a
really
good
hard
GM.
and were always paired up with other
such a
pillagers
good
close
GM.
by, and
It's like a
Defiance
third of your
looters
health, man.
who had this really great distinction of being
Jesus
a low-level mob
Christ.
that really loved to disarm you, which just made them even more deadly to
5
any
health. I
class
think
that
he's gonna
relied
die
on their
here.
weapons.
Yeah, I
and to
thought
add
so.
to the fact that they're also humanoid mobs, which means they ran when they were low on health. So
Oh, they
they would
aggro
just
another
pull
one.
more looters
That's a
and
bonus
pillagers
mob.
that were packed in close nearby. And like I mentioned with the Harvester and earlier on in the list, these were all in Westfall, one of the most populated low-level
assuming
zones
the
because, well, it was the
spawn
human
here.
zone, and humans were the
5
most
minutes,
popular
right?
race in
All the way
Vanilla
around.
WoW. All
Yeah.
Rogue stealth back then, it wasn't that good. Let's just say that. It wasn't that good.
All of these factors just kind of combine together to make an amalgamation of one of the most deadly low-level mobs in the game that actually beats out most raid bosses when it comes to player kills.
Not a
Number
surprise.
4, the War Masters in Alteric Valley. The War Masters are all going to be clumped up together because they collectively take up number 16th, 12th, 11th, 10th, 6th, and 4th on
Why is the Stonehearth one so powerful? Like, what makes him, I guess, basically because he's always spawned? I mean, maybe that's it. I'm not even amazed, though. I'm not even surprised. Look at that, dude. I mean, all of those fucking War Masters is just whirlwinding people down like crazy. This is how popular AV used to be. Like, this is what people would do. Like, people said that PvP... Like, PvP nowadays in WoW is, like, just this afterthought. But, like, back in the day, PvP was, like... It was a big component of the game. Obviously, the majority of the game was PvE. It always has been PvE. But back then, like, PvP was such a big fucking deal because you were able to PvP for actual PvE gear. And that's something that we didn't have any now. Well, we don't really have now as much.
Oh, that one's got the same problem going on.
Like, the gear is just, like, replaceable, and you can get it from, like, 8 different other places, too. But with Alterac Valley, everybody would get AV up to Exalted to get either the Unstoppable Force or to get the Don Julio's Band or the Immovable Object, or I think there was like an offhand caster item too. Like, these items were fucking ridiculous. And the Tabard. Yes, of course, the Tabard.
Blizzard's 20 list. And one of the big reasons I decided to reorder the list to kind of clump them together. And instead, I decided if I was going to clump up these NPCs together, I was just going to take whichever one was highest on the list and use that to place them on my list. So since one of the War Masters made number 4 on the list, they're making it on a high spot on my list as well. Now, the War Masters are just the NPCs who accompany the General in Alteric Valley and hit really hard as well.
Oh, I wonder how many
and either
how many
exist
kills
or
Drek
disappear
has.
depending on how many towers you control.
That's a good
and
point.
because they fought alongside the generals, they got tons of kills in.
Yeah.
Which I'll get into a little bit more when I cover the number 1 spot on this list.
Is it? It's
number
not gonna.
3,
It's gonna be Drek.
Anixia. Anixia was also number 3 on Blizzard's list.
Wow.
Now, Anixia is one of the first raid bosses available to players in Vanilla WoW.
If there's any more evidence that people in Vanilla WoW were fucking terrible, how much more do you need that Anixia was the 3rd most deadly mob in the entire game? All right, I mean, let's be honest. That's fucking ridiculous. You run back to the fight, those people died like crazy on Anixia. That's true, too. We talked about that the other day. Yeah, the people in Vanilla were fucking garbage.
And also, one of the first that is just like the only boss.
Yeah, because the heroes won't heal me.
In fact, I'm pretty sure Onyxia is the first single boss raid in the game. And because Onyxia was the first single boss raid, for the first dragon boss, it was done by pretty much every player who ever raided in Vanilla WoW.
That's like, I think about that. Like, nowadays, like, everybody knows you fight a dragon from the side, right? Not in front for the breath, not behind for the tail whip. But back then, like, that was like new information. Like, people didn't know that. So they would just be like, I'm gonna fight this dumbass bitch right head to head. And then they get the breath done, they die. Like, oh shit, man. Okay, well, I'll go from behind then. That way she won't see me. You go from behind, boom, knocked into the whelps. It's a wipe. It's actually crazy now that I think about, like, all the things that we just kind of... no, that was you? No, I'm serious. Like, whenever I said this, I was not lying. Like, I literally would only attack bosses from the front. Like I face my enemies head on. I don't give a fuck about parry. I didn't know that you could parry from in front, not behind. Like I literally had no idea. Like I would just fight that boss right from the front, dude. Yeah, Alpha is. I was a fucking idiot. But yeah, it's kind of crazy to think about like all the things that we kind of just take for granted now, and we just kind of assume, oh yeah, of course this is the case. Back then, like we didn't know that shit at all.
Because of this, and the fact that Onyxia was kind of a hard boss, it raked up probably the most amount of kills out of any other raid boss in vanilla, maybe, until we get to number 2 spot on this list. Number 2, Valistraz the Corrupt.
Get some pretty damn good
Also
gear
number
from
2
these
on Blizzard's
elementals,
list.
though.
Valistraz is the second boss in the Blackwing lair, and is the reason Blizzard made early bosses and raids a little bit easier than all the other bosses in the raid, because...
I don't like that. I don't like that. I like it whenever you get into the raid and it's like the third boss, that's the cock block. That's the real cock block. And if you can't get through them, then you can't get to the other bosses. But if you can make it past that boss, you knew that you had a license to just get it. And are you saying that we evolved? I am saying that we evolved. The players are a lot better than they used to be. Of fucking course, yeah. We get boosted? I don't think... Listen, if you are so bad that you need to be boosted to WoW, then you should probably just quit the game and go play tic-tac-toe. Like, I mean, the game is so fucking easy. There's no way that you can do it wrong unless you're...
Good enough.
Valistraz was also more commonly known as Valistraz the Guildbreaker. Being the second boss in the raid, it was an incredibly hard boss to take down. In fact, one of the hardest bosses in the game, like, ever. And because it was the second boss in the raid, it was somewhat easy to get to, which means a lot of people got to see the fight, and tons of people got to die to it. Especially since one of the mechanics of the fight basically just made sure you were going to die no matter what.
You guys remember that whenever, you know, they wiped my entire raid, whenever we were doing Project 60, and some dipshit dumbass, there's literally, like, Burning Adrenaline is literally the only mechanic in the entire fight, whenever you do this on Project 60, that's meaningful. And somebody stood in the raid and they killed everyone. It was on stream. I think it's on YouTube even.
Valistraz raked up the highest body count of all of the bosses.
Not a surprise.
This list was made anyway. I think this list that I'm getting all this information from came like somewhere towards the middle of Vanilla WoW or something.
It was towards it, yeah,
so
like
it's not really the most accurate thing in the world. So, if you've ever wondered why modern raids have the very same mechanic of the early bosses being easier than the final bosses, it's because of Valistraz. Before then, all of the bosses in the raid were kind of difficult. Kind of like equally difficult. And it was kind of unreasonable for one of the harder bosses to be at the beginning of the raid.
Maybe.
Because then you couldn't really farm the raid for gear in order to down it. And that's why they moved all of the harder bosses towards the end.
I like that though. I like that. I think that's cool. Like if you have to like beat this boss, like in Gorefiend, I think Gorefiend's a good example. If you beat Gorefiend in Hellfire Citadel, you are going to be able to kill the next 3 or 4 bosses very, very easily. So it wasn't just beating Gorefiend whenever you actually beat him. It was beating the other bosses and knowing it's like, okay, we fucking made it. We can do it. Now we can kill the rest of the bosses. Like, having all the bosses scale up in difficulty, I think it's good.
I'm about to fucking ding. I'm about to be 41.
I do think they should make a little bit more difficult beginning bosses. Because, like, now, like, the first and the second bosses in most raids, I mean, they're target doubles, almost. It's embarrassing. The World of Warcraft comic, I don't want to look at the comic.
And number 1, Drekthar, the Horde General in Alteric Valley. Now, with half of the NPCs on this list being NPCs from Alteric Valley, it shouldn't come as too much of a surprise as one of the generals.
Not a surprise at all.
#1 spot. Of course, the Alliance General, Vandar, also did make the list. He was number 15th on Blizzard's list. I just didn't include him because I thought I would just mention him here with Drekthar, who was number 1. Now, the reason Drekthar was so much more deadly than the Alliance General
is because they had to overbuff him, because the Horde, the Alliance players were just simply superior. So what they had to do is they had to make Drek more powerful than Vandar in order to actually just balance it out. And even then, the Alliance still had a 90% win ratio in Alterac Valley. I mean, it's just, At a certain point, like Blizzard, I mean, they didn't know what to do.
Was because Alteric Valley kind of favored the Alliance a little bit more than it did the Horde.
What?
And because the Alliance kind of outnumbered the Horde a little bit when it came to population size, until the Burning Crusade kind of evened it out with the Blood Elves being added. And because both the Battleground favored the Alliance a little bit more than it did the Horde, and because the Alliance had a larger population, they got to make it to the enemy general more often.
That's a bunch of shit.
And therefore die to him a lot more.
That actually
and
does
the
make
hardest
sense.
NPC in Alteric Valley
makes a
was
lot
the
of sense.
enemy
Holy
general,
shit, yeah, of course.
since that's what you needed to kill in order to win the Battleground. And in vanilla WoW, there wasn't a reinforcements mechanic, so you could just keep wiping and wiping to the general as much as you wanted.
Yeah, it was great.
It's no surprise that it raked up the most.
I can see if I can find that at an auction house, but
and it
I
also
don't know.
makes sense why 6 of the other spots on this list were just the war masters who accompanied their generals, because there was so much
Alteric
killing
Valley was a
going on in those
bloodbath,
general
basically.
rooms. All right, and that's the end of the list. Now, I talked about Alteric Valley a lot in this video.
Yeah, it's the
I was
best
kinda
BG
just saying
ever made.
some controversial things as if they were fact. But I've already made a video on vanilla Alteric Valley, which goes into a lot more detail about exactly why the Alliance had a slight advantage over the Horde. So if
We're not watching that.
you're really curious, I'd recommend you watch the video, and I'll
Yeah,
have it
we're not
linked at
gonna.
the
We're
end
not.
of this
No,
one.
I don't want to watch that.
Now, about this remake.
Yeah,
this
I don't
video
wanna
will
see
be the
that.
first in a series where I'll go back and remake
No.
choice videos, and even update them with new info. I plan on doing the top 10 hardest raid bosses as well, but if you have suggestions for some of my old videos you'd like to see me do an update to, just let me know. The reason I chose to do this video first was because the original one was just so bad. And the order I chose in
Was
that
it?
list was just kind of random, which
It
made
seemed fine to
no
me.
sense for the kind of data I had to work off of. So I've always wanted to remake
Yeah, it was fine.
If you want to see the original video I made on this topic, I'll link it at the end of this so you can see for yourself why this video needed to be remade. Because the original one is just so garbage.
Okay, all right. You know what? Listen. Basically, Horde are better. No.
And then the Gladiator stance build, which did more damage.
10 abilities.
Okay. I'm gonna have to use a portal probably. Sweet piece of ass.
Try it out.
You know, you just missed it. What are you talking about? Why are you giving me that look? No, I'm telling you, you just missed it.
What did I miss?
Yeah, you just missed it. You weren't watching, you just missed it.
No, I'm not watching. I can't listen to it, so I can't hear anything that's going on up there. Whatever. Must not be that important.
A donkey fell in a bowl of sugar. Now that's a sweet ass. You remember that video now? Come on. Like animation. Come on, Mr. Remember what we miss.
Relax.
I ain't donating shit.
Talk to me.
You know, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna take this.
Later.
Just because it's a mage thing.
Be good.
I'm probably gonna end up abandoning that one, actually. I'm gonna try to do this one. I'm feeling pretty good about this one here. All track. I just did things in the wrong order, okay. Let's see if he gives me the Hearthstone spot. I'm actually curious. Will it put me in the same spot as the Hearthstone does? Oh. Nope. Kinda off. That's okay. Wanna smoke?
No.
Shut up. Tell me nope. I'm just gonna start playing random videos when I'm AFK. That's what I should do. I'm gonna do that. Gonna play some porn or something. Where are my... I see them all the time. Where are they? No, it's not that one. This one? No. 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 Man, I really don't know where I put all that shit. That's disappointing. Whatever. Unless it's just hanging out on my D drive, that's a possibility. Oh, duh, huh? I still have that whole fucking video. I'll let this play. While while we're smoking. You ready? Let's go. Come on. Go. Go.
Not until you touch this ass.
That's sweet. See what video I'm gonna play? Remember that video? Chickens in the bed video?
Hi there, what's your name?
My name's Stacy.
Well, Stacy, you sound so good, and tell me about that fantasy with clowns.
I just like have fantasies about like I don't know, like going to like, the state fair. I have to whisper at my parents in the other room. Like going to the state fair. I said I have to whisper because my parents are in the other room. Like going to the state fair and like having the clowns like come in and then like they feed me like they have really big noses and stuff and like the shoes and stuff and they feed me donuts.
Oh, that sounds exciting. I like that. Tell me more.
And so like
what are you doing that?
Like I'm sitting in the middle of like a circus like type thing, but there's nobody in there but the clowns, and there's just like 5 of them, and like they're just going around me in circles with donuts, just boxes of.
And you have to take the donut every time, don't you?
Yeah.
That's good. I like that. And as the clowns pass you, maybe one will touch you. What do you think?
Yeah, every once in a while.
And that makes you excited, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Well, tell me more about it. And that gets you wet thinking about clowns feeding you?
Yes.
And it makes it feel so good having something stuffed in your mouth that way, because you have to eat it, don't you?
Yeah, they make me.
One holds you down or holds your shoulders back, and the other one opens your mouth, and then they put it in.
Yeah, exactly.
How did I know? I have a feeling I know what you're talking about that way, and I think that's wonderful. You know that?
Oh my goodness.
I know. And what else do you want them to do with you that way? Have you ever thought of the clowns while they're doing that? They take that dress off and you're in brown panties and they're doing it?
No, it's never went that far before.
Just them holding you and opening your mouth and pushing a donut in each time, right?
Yeah.
And that's a good feeling, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that sounds wonderful. And what are you doing while they're doing that?
Just like enjoying it and stuff.
Well, you're getting wet, aren't you, while they do that?
Mm-hmm.
And you can get very wet while they force donuts in you, can't you?
Mm-hmm.
I have a feeling that you do. And you're getting wetter and wetter as they keep putting a different donut in, don't they?
Yeah, and there's like different flavors and stuff.
You have to eat them. And, well, they want you getting wetter and wetter each time. Is that okay?
I think so.
I know so. So tell me more of what you look like, Stacy.
I'm 5'3", 112 pounds, blue eyes, blonde hair.
Are you large busted, small? What are you?
32B.
Perfect. I was hoping you were going to say an A, because little girls like donuts, don't they?
Yeah.
And that's what I want you to be, that way. And the donuts taste so good, don't they?
Yeah, like some of them are like the bear claw kind, and they have like cream cheese filling.
And if you don't want to open your mouth, one of the clowns is going to hold your head back, and the other one's going to open your mouth, isn't he?
Yeah, they do get a little forceful.
Yeah, that's important. And are you shaven, natural? What are you down below?
Like right now?
Mm-hmm.
Right now, it's waxed.
Well, so you have a bald pussy then?
Yeah, that okay?
Well, absolutely, because I want you that way as a little girl in a circus having donuts. You don't belong with pussy hair. You know that, don't you?
I mean, I don't think it looks weird when there's hair down there.
No, I don't want you to have hair there. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Good. Because if you get donuts in you and you're getting wet, hair would just get in the way, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Absolutely. And what are you doing now with your parents in the other room?
Sitting here talking to you, silly.
Well, I didn't know if you're in bed, sitting in a chair, looking out a window.
Oh, no, I'm laying in my chair.
Good. And what are you wearing?
I'm wearing my Hello Kitty sleep pants and a pink shirt. I think it's like a chiffon shirt.
Perfect. So those little nipples can stick through it. Are you there?
Yeah.
Well, that's good. So what else do you fantasize about? I want you to open up.
Really?
Absolutely. Take a deep breath and tell me, because I feel a connection with you. I don't know if you feel one, but I feel it. I understand you. Are you there?
Yeah.
So tell me what else.
I'm embarrassed.
Tell me.
No, you're going to think I'm weird and you're going to next me.
No, I'm not going to think you're weird, okay? Tell me. Come on. I'm waiting.
You really won't.
I promise. Because you want to talk to me, don't you? I feel that.
Yeah.
Then tell me.
Like,
what? I can't hear you. Hello?
Like, I've had this fantasy of, like, having eggs in my puss. Like,
you what?
Like, I used to have a fantasy. Like, I'd have, like, cartons and cartons of eggs inside of me. Eggs in my puss.
And what?
Eggs inside of my vagina.
Perfect. I love that idea. And that's exciting, isn't it?
Yeah.
And you still think about that, don't you, sweetie?
Yeah.
I had a feeling. I told you we're connected that way. And when you get that feeling, is somebody putting them in, or they're already there?
Like, this black guy is putting them in.
Well, is it okay if this white guy puts them in?
Yeah.
Well, you'd have to open up your legs and have that pussy open for me. You know that, don't you? For me to put the eggs in. Would you like that?
Like, how many?
Well, I think we could start with 2. How many do you think we could put in your pussy?
Like, I want, like, lots.
Well, I want to do that. Hard-boiled eggs, right?
No, just raw.
Raw eggs in the shell?
Yeah.
Well, I want to do that. Do you think we can, like, get a carton of eggs and do that with you?
More.
And that's what I want to do. I want to load your pussy up with eggs that way. I told you I wasn't going to next you or anything. Because I love that you're opening up to me that way.
I want to be the little egg girl.
Tell me about it.
I just want, like, eggs inside of me.
Good. And if I get hungry, then you can push an egg out for me, right?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be great?
It'd be kind of like I'm an Easter bunny or something.
Exactly. We may even dress you up that way with some ears and things, you know.
Oh my God, that'd be so amazing.
I told you. I understand and I like that. But if I put you in ears in a little costume that way, I need to make sure you can hold a lot of eggs. Would you do that?
I would let you put as many as you could.
Well, that's what I want. And then if I want an egg, you'll have to either squat or open your legs and drop it in my hand from your pussy, you know?
Yeah.
And I would want that to happen a lot, where we would have to get enough eggs, like a case or something, like you said, you know?
Sort of like a little egg farm.
Exactly. Wouldn't that be hot?
Yeah.
But is it okay? Do you want a full costume or like a little dress where we can, you know, get the eggs from your pussy whenever I want, you know?
Yeah, like a little, like, bunny costume.
But how would I, if it zips up, how do I get the eggs from you?
Like we cut a hole or something in the bottom.
Oh, that's a great idea. I like that, you know? That's perfect.
I was always, like, really creative in art.
You are?
Yeah, like, I'm creative in art and stuff.
Perfect. Well, then, you know, it would be cool, like a full bunny outfit. You'd be in the bunny outfit. And definitely, like, we cut a hole or even a slit, you know, that either has a zipper to it or a snap or Velcro.
Oh, my God. And we could, like, on the bed, and we could put, like, chickens under the bed.
Exactly. Exactly.
Like, how would we put the chickens under the bed, though? Because, like, I want real ones.
Because they what?
I said, how would we put the chickens under the bed? Because, I want real ones.
Well, I would put chickens under there and get some, chicken wire around the bottom of the bed so they couldn't get out, and it would be like you would be very much at home, like a hen laying eggs,
Where would you put the chickens?
under your bed.
Like, chickens under the bed. Say that. Like, tell me that you're going to put chickens under the bed.
Exactly, putting chickens under the bed. Wouldn't that be good?
Oh my God. I really wish we could do that. It would be so amazing.
I would like that, but with the chickens and stuff, we'd have to get some, like hay or something like that for you to lay on, if you're going to lay an egg and stuff.
That's true. I didn't think about that.
Well, if I want to turn you that way, that's the way you would have to be. Would that be okay?
Yeah, and I could always be having the eggs for you.
That's what I was going to ask.
And you could call me your little hen or something.
What's that?
You could call me your little hen.
That's what you would be, my little hen. And you would have to, open your legs and be able to push an egg out for me. Or I could reach up and inside of you and get one.
We could paint one golden or something, and it'd be like that Willy Wonka movie.
Exactly. Are you big? Can I put 2 or 3 fingers in you, or how open are you?
Like a thumb.
So you're really tight.
Like in the beginning, but then when I get ready, then it gets,
bigger.
Yeah.
Well, do you get that? Did you get real wet where you drift?
I had fantasies before. We used to have to go to church every Sunday, and the preacher gave us a cross to put in our house. But
right.
Oh my God, I've never told anybody this. But one time I was really curious, and I used the end of it, and I put the crucifix part, I put it inside of me.
Oh, that's hot. I like that.
Because
it feel good.
Yeah, but I felt really bad about it.
Well, it's a crucifix, so that's hard to accept. But the idea of putting, eggs or an object in you, that's what I want with you that way. Would you be all right with that?
Yeah. What would you put in me?
Oh my God. I can only imagine putting grapes or fruit or something like that, and then getting a spoon and being able to eat it out of you,
Oh my God, that's amazing.
Do you like that?
I could be your little vending machine or something.
Exactly.
You could push me. We could paint a Pepsi Cola logo or something on me, and then you could push my tummy, and I could make a Pepsi Cola come out of me, the glass one.
Exactly. I like that.
I mean, do you like Pepsi Cola?
Yeah. So you could squirt Pepsi, or you're talking about the whole bottle, or what?
The whole bottle. Well, I don't know. Well, I don't know, because if it was how would it stay up me though if it was liquid? You know what I mean?
Well, I would train you that way, put it up you and then have you in tight panties, spandex or something, or like a sanitary napkin that would hold tight,
Like a tampon?
Exactly,
Oh my God, that's
or
so...
some kind of what?
I'm just oh my God.
You like that, and it makes you excited, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Are you wetter now that we're talking?
Yeah.
Good girl. Do you get very wet?
I have before.
Do you drip or squirt?
It I don't know, it just gets sticky down there.
Well, but I want you to be able to get that wet, that we can put eggs or a Pepsi bottle or things like that. Or if you're not getting that wet, I would just open the bottle, have you lay down, pull your leg to your chest, and just pour the Coke inside of you that way,
No, Pepsi Cola, not Coke.
Pepsi Cola. And then I could drink it from you that way until you get wet.
I want it to be really fizzy.
It may be, but it would feel tingly, I think, for you. What do you think?
So far, I like that idea.
I think it would be hot, don't you?
Yeah. I mean, I would do anything you told me to. What's your fantasy?
I like drinking from your pussy. I love that sensation a lot. Or eating from it,
Anything. I told you mine. Anything. You can tell me.
Anything. Oh my goodness. Well, I definitely, as I said, like to suck on a woman's nipples if they can get long and hard. Do yours do that?
I don't know. I don't know much about deers, but I mean, because deers, they sleep during the day, right?
I didn't say. What are you talking about? I said your nipples.
You said you like sucking on nipples. You said deers do that.
Well, I said no. I said I like sucking on your nipples if they can get long. And I said, do your nipples get long?
Oh, do I? I thought you said deers. I'm sorry.
Do you have long nipples or are they short?
No, they're really small.
And you're a B cup, right? Or
well,
are you an A?
It's padded.
Well, then you're really an A, which is what I'm looking for, right?
I can get by with a sports bra.
Perfect. Well, Well, a lot of times, though, I wouldn't want you in a bra. You don't need a bra. Is that okay?
Yeah.
And definitely, I want to be able to drink from your pussy. That's what I like, my fantasy.
Like, is that your only fantasy?
What's that?
Is that your only fantasy?
Oh, my goodness. I have lots of fantasies. Drinking from your pussy, or you using a strap-on on me, or different things.
Using a what?
A dildo, a strap-on. You know what those are?
I know what a dildo is, but what do you mean a strap-in?
Strap-on.
I don't know what that is.
Dildo fits in.
I'm sorry, I don't know what that is.
Well, I like you putting things in me that way, is what I'm saying.
Oh.
That's a fantasy.
I mean, I could. I've never done anything like that before.
Well, you don't have to. You are asking me.
No, I said I would. I said I just never done it before.
Okay. Well, I would prefer doing you that way, you know?
Like you want, you want a crucifix? You want a crucifix inside of you?
No. A dildo or something, a finger or something. That was a fantasy.
Like you want to lay eggs together?
No, I was saying like you put a finger in me or a dildo in me.
Oh, okay.
That was the fantasy. But I have other ones, you know?
Like what?
Oh my God, you're gonna next me.
No, I'm not.
No, I like. Okay, good. No, I just definitely want to be able to like take you in the bath and just be able to soap you up and definitely play with you in the bathtub like a little girl type of thing.
Okay.
And definitely be able to make sure that your pussy's always bald for me, you know?
Yeah, like I could get laser.
Perfect. I want that with you because I don't want you having hair. You don't need hair.
Anywhere.
No, I don't want that with you.
Like I could take like the chemo stuff and it would make me lose hair everywhere.
Well, I don't want you to lose it on your hair.
Anyway, what was I listening to? Oh, this.
It's removed for being too quickly. Removed quickly for being too powerful.
Sometimes in World of Warcraft, they'll introduce new abilities or talents to the game, which are too difficult to balance, so they just completely alter them to something else, or remove them completely from the game. And in this list, we'll go over which one of these abilities were removed the fastest in this way.
Okay.
And at number 10, we have Void Tendrils, which existed in the game for 2 expansions before being removed. And this will be absolutely—
Oh, dude! Yo, I fucking hated this shit. Oh my God, dude, I fucking hated this so much, man. I forgot, this was like Cataclysm, wasn't it? Oh, dude, this made me so fucking mad.
Absolutely the longest out of all of the abilities.
I get kited like a bitch.
Since the ability was still in the game for 2 expansions, even after it was heavily. You see, what Void
See what Dazing does.
Was it was a very innocuous priest CC ability, which would root nearby targets
Or not.
priest for the standard PvP duration, or 20 seconds in non-PvP scenarios.
Yeah.
And what was unique about these roots was that they did not break on damage, like pretty much every single other root in the game. They had a little gimmick to
You had to kill them.
You see, in order to break the roots of Void Tendrils, you had to literally attack and kill
Oh, that's
the Void
nice.
Tendrils
I like that.
I thought that was really cool. Like, theoretically,
Some mana
that
cost
sounds
on
really
that.
cool, but as a warrior,
Not bad.
that sucked. Like, it was the most annoying fucking thing that you could ever imagine. Because you had to, like, switch targets and swap over, and it was like, yeah, basically totems.
And since the root was counted
So
as a
bad.
target you had to defeat, they couldn't be dispelled either, which gave them all kinds of advantages over normal CC abilities.
Yeah.
This ability basically removed melee characters from the fight, and allowed you to attack them with impunity from range, which is kind of why other roots break on damage. They
Yep.
could also be considered a full form of protection, as the melee character would have to attack the Void Tendrils for a bit if they wanted to break them.
Exactly.
Which meant they had to stop their attack on anything else. The Void Tendrils were also pretty beefy, as they had 20% of the priest's health, so it was like attacking through a fifth of a player's health bar in order to get through them, which meant you couldn't easily one-shot them to get out quickly. And they of course had a short 30-second cooldown, and could affect up to 5 targets, and was one of the first talents a priest could pick up, and could
Yeah, it
be
was
used
insane.
alongside other CCs they had.
They weren't like,
And
it
to
wasn't crazy in PvE, it was really good, but it wasn't crazy. But it was like ridiculously fucking annoying in PvP.
Funny thing is, Void Tendrils were
Because the
not
NPCs
considered
would attack it.
overpowered, because this all happened in Mists of Pandaria. And Mists of Pandaria is when PvP crowd control was at its most powerful history.
I remember back when I watched a video of this guy that sat in a CC chain in a 2v2 match for 2 minutes. 2 minutes. this dude was locked out of the fucking game. Like, I feel like back in Mists of Pandaria, I almost wanted Blizzard to refund me a penny every single time that I got stuck in a CC chain. Because I'm paying to play the game, you know? And I can't even play the game. At a certain point, like, you literally can't fucking even play the game.
It's insane. It's kind of the point that we never wanted to get to again.
Yeah.
With every class having a
It was
ridiculous
awful.
amount of CC. And since it existed in this time period, it kind of flew under the radar a little bit. Only a little bit, because as soon as Warlords of Draenor hit, the ability received all kinds of nerfs.
Yeah,
it was
fucking
moved to a
stupid.
higher level in the talent tree, so you can no longer get it at low levels. They lowered the health of the tendrils in half, and made it so any damage you dealt to the rooted target also dealt damage to the tendrils, so you could no longer attack melee targets caught in it with impunity. And all of these nerfs made the ability kind of useless, which is why they later buffed the HP of the void tendrils by 30%, and then eventually just removed them in Legion rather than trying to deal with this problem.
See, I told you. See, it's cool right there. Shadow Priest got fucked.
So really, it only existed in its prime. It only lasted as long as it did because everything else was kind of broken in the same time period. And at number 9, we have Glyph of Unleashed Lightning. This was a glyph that only existed for 1.25 expansions before it was just removed and converted.
Was this like in Mists of Pandaria or
You
Cabin?
see, what this glyph did, which was added to the game in late Cataclysm, was simply allow shamans to cast the lightning bolt spell while moving.
See, like, that's basically, like, what it was. Is, like, Vanilla WoW, it's like you had part of your class. Burning Crusade, you had more of your class. Wrath of the Lich King, you had all of your class. Cataclysm, you had some of somebody else's class. Mists of Pandaria, you had all of everybody else's class and all of your class, and also you were able to cast all of your abilities while you were moving at any time. Like, that's basically what happened. And, like, it just got to the point where, like, everybody just had everything, and it was insane. Like, the game was cool in a way, but, like, some of the, like, this was fucking ridiculous. It was fucking ridiculous.
And that's it. It just allowed them to
fun
cast
too,
their filler spell on the move at the cost of giving up one of their glyph slots. You see, in the time period, a lot of casters were getting a lot of mobility, and this is when they were starting to loosen the rules and abilities that let casters do stuff on the move. And this was an experiment of letting one of the casters use their filler spell all the time on the move to see how it affected the game.
Yeah.
I assume, because Warlock could also get Kil'jaeden's Cunning very shortly after, which also allowed them to cast filler spells while on the move. Hunters were given the ability to cast
That was a
every...
really great ability. Super fun, very exciting. Fucking awesome.
Everything on the move, and priests were given shadowy apparitions, which in their very first forms had a super increased chance to spawn if they were. And what do you know? Everybody loved the glyph.
Big
Every
surprise.
shaman took it. It was probably one of the most
When would you
used
ever
glyphs
not take
ever.
that as the glyph?
Well, that might be a little bit of hyperbole.
Yeah.
Most classes only had a handful of good glyphs anyway, but you kind of get the point.
Well, that's what it was. There was like 12 glyphs in the game, and one of them was like you can cast Lightning Bolt while moving, and the other one was Lightning Bolt has a different animation. So guess which one people went with? It was like the glyphs were, they were not necessarily amazing. Like, there were obvious, like, they're the 3 best glyphs that you would go with, and then you just always use those things. Like, I wish that there were good glyphs in the game now. Like, I like glyphs. I thought they were really interesting. But making all of the glyphs cosmetic is probably a good idea. Like, realistically, making them all cosmetic is probably a better idea than what they had before.
It was so good that they had to nerf it. In Mists of Pandaria, it was changed to actually have a downside to the glyphs, where it would impose a 1% case
It was
penalty
still way
moving. This was supposed to make it so that you couldn't do full damage on the move, and had to take some kind of hit for that
5% less damage, 5%
but it
casting
wasn't
pool.
really enough.
Yeah.
Shamans kept moving while doing their full rotation, so only had to sit for moments.
Exactly.
But for the most part, this glyph made them one of the most mobile casters in the game. And since Warlocks had to take up one of their precious talent points in order to gain similar mobility, they decided to remove it from the game in patch 5.3, and instead replace it with Glyph of Lightning Shield. And Shamans have been sad ever since. and always ask for the return of the glyphs.
Are you fucking serious?
Hardcore after Mists of Pandaria, and kind of took away all casters' abilities to do stuff while moving.
That was a good thing. I feel like the caster, like the idea of being a caster, should be.
That's teammate charge in.
Oh, I'm so dead though.
Like there should be some abilities that you can cast and you can move, but the majority is that you stop moving and you cast. Because really, if you can move and cast, you're basically a melee character that just has a longer range. I don't know. I thought it was a good decision. Like sitting there and like being smart about the way that you cast. I think
Can
the
I
way
poly
that
beasts?
is that you.
All right.
It's harder to cast an ability.
Oh, that didn't work.
It does a lot of
Oh, you son of a bitch.
Hunters are like
You son of a bitch.
Except hunters. They just kind of made one of the specs have to stand still for a bit instead.
You missed it.
So since the glyph was added in the second patch in Cataclysm, and then removed in the third patch in Mist of Pandaria, it was only in the game for about 1 1/4 expansions, give or take.
Yeah.
I'm not doing actual math on this since this is the only ability on this list which was added and removed mid-expansions.
Yeah.
And at number 8, we have Clash, a Brewmaster Monk ability. This ability, added with the Monk class when they were introduced to the game, simply allowed the Monk to charge a target while also death gripping the target to their location. And then they would meet like halfway and stun everything else around them at the point of impact.
Dude, I don't
So it
remember
was
that
half
at
a
all.
charge, half a pull, and was an excellent tool for monks to give them even more maneuverability, as they were one of the most mobile classes in the game at the time.
Really?
However, with the shift in Warlords of Draenor to remove a ton of class maneuverability and CC...
Wait, so they're adding it back? Because, yeah, I was about to say, this guy's in the Shadowlands beta right now. So they're adding this overpowered ability back for monks?
Clash kind of hit the cutting room floor because it was
man.
both of those things. It could be considered a gap closer and ACC, because that's exactly what it was. So this ability only existed in the game for one expansion.
Right.
Now, just like Void Tendrils, it wasn't really causing any problems, but that's because it was Mist of Pandaria and everyone was broken.
Yes.
Currently, Blizzard has plans on returning
That
Clash.
was one of the good things about Mist of Pandaria, is because everybody was so brokenly overpowered, they could just add a new overpowered ability into the game, and nobody would care.
I need
Because
one of
it's
my
like, oh, yeah,
bros.
I already have 5 of my own abilities to counter it. Who gives a fuck?
To the game in Shadowlands, as monks have the ability on the beta.
Yeah.
And it's only a slightly nerfed version of its Mist of Pandaria counterpart, as it still basically does the exact same thing. It no longer has an AoE stun component to it like it used to. Instead, it roots all
Monks were
targets that
OP
are
as
nearby
fuck in
when you
Mist of
clash with
Pandaria.
your target. And at number 7, we have Symbiosis.
This was so cool. Like, this ability was fucking awesome. I don't know why they got rid of this. Like, this was a badass ability. It was, like, unique. It was different
They
for
can't
everybody.
join our
There was, like,
group.
so much to it. That was awesome.
This is a druid ability that only existed in Mist of Pandaria. You might be seeing a theme here with all of these removed abilities, and was only in the game for one expansion. I don't think I've ever seen an ability balanced and fixed and tuned as much as Symbiosis, despite the fact that it was only around for a single expansion.
Well, yeah, they literally give you other classes' abilities. That's what I was saying. It's like in Mist of Pandaria, you then become another class on top of your class. It's fucking insane.
Because what it did was probably more than any other ability in the game's history. Essentially, it allowed the druid to learn one of 40 new abilities, depending on which class they use the ability on. I'll have a whole list of them on screen, and it would also grant the ability to another class it was used on.
That is crazy.
It was an ability that required a flowchart to make best use of. And it was a nightmare to balance. They constantly made changes and adjustments to it throughout its entire history. People were just giving up on it and removing it in the very next day.
This is
If anything, I'm sure they wanted to remove it even faster. But since it was one of the hallmark abilities...
Anyway, long story short, I got ganked like a motherfucker.
It wasn't just a hallmark ability, it was a cool as fuck ability. Like, this is a
Let me see if I can
ability.
recreate what
All things
happened.
considered, this was really, really cool. And it's like, it's always... Like, that's always going to be, like, the balance between, like, making something really fucking overpowered versus making something really good. Or like, really fun or, like, really balanced.
That new expansion, they were probably obligated to stick it out until the end of the expansion. This one was definitely removed.
So I was standing right here.
No
and
doubt.
Not because it was overpowered.
What?
I was standing right here,
Was just a fun
and I was looking at this guy, and I was, you know, regenerating mana and shit. And suddenly a fucking dwarf hunter and his giant fucking cat just started,
Now, I actually bring this
he'd like
build up
insta
in
freeze trap me. I don't know what the fuck that was about.
abilities,
But then they
because
just
the
started
build was so
wailing on me.
unique
I was
that it
lucky to
kind
get
of gets
away.
brought up a lot in these kinds of things. And at number 6, we have Gladiator's Resolve. This was a town that only existed for one expansion in Warlords of Draenor, and basically gave Prot Warriors a new stance called Gladiator Stance.
Yeah, I remember Gladiator Stance
which increased
was
the
pretty
damage
cool.
reduction of their defensive stance by 5%.
I like Gladiator Stance a
and
lot.
They wanted some use of it outside of the Gladiator Stance, but while stance, which replaced
Gladiator Stance was fucking cool. The reason why Gladiator Stance was trash is because there was like a stat in Warlords of Draenor called bonus armor, or like bonus, and increased your attack power if you were Gladiator Stance. It made it to where you did way more damage here, and it made Gladiator Stance warriors compete with tank warriors for damage, and that's what made them so bad. That's what made them so bad. It was made. Yeah, it's like if they made it to where Gladiator warriors were not competing for tank gear against tanks, I think it would have been fine.
Placed a battle stance. It increased their damage by 5%, gave them a 50% increase to their mastery, and replaced their shield with a shield charge ability.
This was pretty fucking fun.
And there
dude.
was also a little caveat
This
to
was
the
fun,
ability
dude.
where you could not change into or out of the stance during combat.
Yep.
So if you picked Gladiator Stance, you were stuck in it. So
Yep.
why was this ability removed? Well, it essentially gave Protection Warriors 2 specs within a spec, in the same way that Feral Druids used to work before they were split into 2 separate specs. Guardian and Feral for their tank and DPS builds. For Protection Warriors, there was the normal defensive stance build.
Okay, just 1 second. I do want to say, Gladiator Stance was really, really. I like this ability a lot, and this is basically like whenever you're thinking of like an ancient like Roman or like a Spartan warrior. You're not thinking of this guy with a giant 2-handed weapon. You've got some guy with a fucking short sword. So Gladiators were supposed to be like kind of pursuing this fantasy, but the problem was that like the functionality of it just didn't really work.
And then the Gladiator Stance build, which did more damage, but it wasn't supposed to be competitive with a pure damage build.
Exactly.
Even though with the right gear and theory crafting, it could do pretty well for itself. In a lot
It's not that it could do pretty well. It was the best warrior spec in the game. At the beginning of Highmaul, it was the best warrior spec in the game. Gladiator Stance was. It was insane. I remember having to play it, and it was so annoying because you had to hit like fucking like 120 abilities. What was like the APM for the class was like super fucking high.
Loved the Gladiator Stance, as it was essentially providing a 4-spec to warriors. But in Legion, they were removing stances from the game, and it was a nightmare to balance.
Yeah.
So instead of trying to incorporate it into the game as a 4-spec like they did with Druids, they just kind of got rid of it since it wasn't really that different anyway. And at number 5,
it was disappointing. It really was. I actually really enjoyed the ability, and I wish that they had tried one extra expansion to make it a little bit better. Like, I feel like a lot of times they have something like Symbiosis or something that they could like maybe water down and make a cool ability, but they just like kind of throw their hands up in the air and like, ah, you know what, fuck it, let's throw it away. It sucks.
We have Dematerialize, a passive ability which only existed in the game for one expansion in Vista Pandaria. And what this ability did was when you were stunned, you would phase out of existence temporarily for 2 seconds, causing attacks to miss you on a 10-second cooldown.
Oh, dude! Oh my god! This is... Oh, dude! I remember this one! Oh my god! I was... Dude! They used, and like, I remember you'd have warriors that would like stun them and you'd be killing them, and then they'd go fucking invulnerable. This is why I hated monks, okay? People are like, yeah, it had 10 seconds XP. Like, this is like you stun them. 8, 9. You do it again.
Why are you
and they just
immune?
fucking dematerialize again. It
Stop
was
being
so
immune.
Fucking bad, man. Like I hated this fucking ability. It actually was Pandaria against monks so much fun. It was the worst.
And what this essentially meant was a monk was all but immune to abilities for 2 seconds after
Yeah.
they got stunned. So it kind of made them softly immune to stuns, as in PvP situations you would generally jump all of your things up to a target. And it would be very difficult to remember that you had to hold back on monks specifically for 2 seconds after a stun, so that all of your cooldowns would miss.
It was so bad.
It was such a good and given all kinds of nerfs before they just removed it from the game completely as soon as they could in the next expansion.
Yes.
I can
And
get
it's
the fuck out
probably
of
one
here
of the
now.
strongest passive abilities
Thank
that
you.
has ever been added to the game.
It was.
Because of just how huge being immune to attacks for 2 seconds after being stunned
It's
is.
fucking broken.
Since that's one of the main ways people crowd control someone before laying in heavy damage.
It was fucking broken, dude. Like, it was insane. I don't even know what else to say about it besides that it was just fucking insane.
And at number 4, we have Prismatic Crystal, a mage town that only existed for one expansion in World War II Draenor. What this ability did was, on a cooldown, you could place a crystal on the floor next to a target, and then you could attack it for 12 seconds. Every time you attack the crystal, it would pulse the damage to everything around the crystal.
So it was your soft
I
socks.
really like this ability. I know some people weren't like big fans of it, but I really like the ability because it rewarded placement, it rewarded planning, and yeah, obviously like for bosses it was kind of boring, but it was like that extra thing that you could do. It's like I'd like to see Prismatic Crystal come back because it was a great PvE ability that good players could take advantage of and bad players were not able to. And I think that's kind of like the hallmark of like if an ability is good or not, is if it can separate good players from bad players.
Exactly the amount of damage you put into it, and it would also increase the damage dealt to the crystal. So it could essentially turn all of your abilities into an AoE for 12 seconds.
Blood
Now, funny thing about the
thunder.
crystal,
Fucking awesome.
it replicated all of the damage you dealt, including the damage from trinkets. So, towards the end of the expansion, mages were able to use this AoE trinket called the Prophecy of Fear, which would put debuffs on the target for 10 seconds that would pulse AoE damage every time you dealt damage to the target that had the debuff.
Yeah.
So, if an arcane mage just pumped a whole bunch of arcane missiles that proc the hell out of that trinket, it would deal its AoE damage around the crystal, and then deal the damage again from the crystal
It was
itself, replicating
fucking
the damage,
ridiculous.
which essentially allowed them to double
Absolutely
up on the
fucking
trinket's
ridiculous.
damage, and allowed groups of mages to kill bosses in under 30 seconds at the
So
end.
this is how it worked, right? Is like back then you had like your legendary ring, and because legendary ring like made you do so much damage, watch how fast. This was a mythic raid boss. Just keep that in mind. This right here is a mythic raid boss.
Of the expansion, when they kind of overgeared this stuff anyway.
Look at that.
And the crystal wasn't a very well-liked talent. It was good and kind of overpowered if you optimized for it, but it was kind of
Dead.
clunky to use and required a target to be near
Mythic
it for
raid
12
boss right there.
seconds to get the full benefit out of it.
Oh, and
So
by the
not-
way, that was a current mythic raid boss. Not like a mythic raid boss in the first tier and you're in the last tier. No, that was a current mythic raid boss. Like, I'll show you guys some videos. I'll go back. I want to watch it again. Watch this motherfucker's health. This is Iron Reaver. Iron Reaver.
And allowed
1,
groups of mages to kill bosses
2,
in under 30 seconds at the end
3.
of the expansion,
Oh, at
when they
forward.
kind of
Fast
overgeared
forward.
this stuff anyway.
Look at
And
his
the
health.
crystal wasn't a very well-liked
Look at
talent. It was good and
He's just
kind
getting
of
fucking
overpowered
deleted.
if you optimized for it, but it was kind of clunky
Jesus.
to use and required a target to be near it for 12 seconds
I
to
liked
get the full benefit out of it.
Yeah, I
so
like the
not too many
ability.
people were super sad to see it go away when it was removed in the very next expansion, so they no longer had to try to balance it.
Yeah, I thought it
Honestly,
was
they
fun.
could kind of balance it pretty easily by just allowing only mage abilities to work on it.
Yeah, probably.
Or only certain kinds of abilities to be transferred through, similar to how Atonement works for Disc Priests. And at number 3, we have Aspect of the Fox, version 2.0, which was added to the game in Warlords of Draenor in one of the earliest patches.